Um, so Robert, just to make sure I have this right, we're calling all of the public witnesses and then we'll do all the government agencies together.
That's right.
Okay, great.
No, I'm sorry. No, all public witnesses, the agencies are one by one.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's fine. Okay.
All right, Councilmember, we are live on YouTube and you can begin.
Good afternoon. I'm Robert White, council member at large and chair of the Committee on Government Operations and Facilities. Today is Monday, June 14th, 2021. The time is now 12:13 p.m. and I'm calling to order this budget oversight hearing of the committee on the fiscal year 2022 budget for the Office of Human Rights, Office of the Chief Technology Officer, Office of Administrative Hearings, Office of Community Affairs, and Office of Partnerships and Grant Services. Our first agency today will be the Office of Human Rights, or OHR. OHR is a critical component of our government's ongoing efforts to promote a just and prosperous society. In the earliest years of the modern home rule era, the council declared its intent to end discrimination based on anything but individual merit. It specifically established that in housing, employment, public accommodations, and educational institutions, people are protected from discriminatory acts based on certain protected characteristics. We stop discrimination in two main ways: a lawsuit or an OHR complaint. OHR and its independent commissioners give complainants and respondents a free, neutral forum for establishing, mediating, investigating, and ultimately adjudicating allegations of discrimination. In the decades since OHR's establishment, the list of protected characteristics has grown to over 20. As our understanding of what constitutes harmful discrimination expands, so does OHR's chapter in the DC Code and its workload. Last year, the mayor and the council invested heavily in correcting longstanding understaffing at OHR by increasing its employee roster from 49.7 full-time equivalent employees, or FTEs, to 73. That's nearly triple the 26.6 FTEs in place when Director Palacio first became head of the agency in fiscal year 2014. Back then, the agency's annual budget was just over $3 million. Today's proposal would make it $10.2 million. Despite the growing investment over the last several years, we continue to be concerned about a substantial backlog of cases at OHR. I hope to hear from Director Palacio how the recent and proposed changes will help move cases along. Changes like filling all the positions that the current year budget authorized, restructuring the enforcement teams, and deploying a new case management system. I'm also pleased that the mayor is proposing to send OHR several one-time enhancements, including $100,000 to do an independent assessment of case processing times, $100,000 to implement backlog reduction initiatives, and $150,000 to deal with the likely surge of cases as businesses and schools reopen. Those all sound like smart investments, but I will want to learn more about them today. While there were substantial increases in prior years, the new budget proposal for FY22 keeps the top line budget nearly flat from last fiscal year's dramatic increase. I want to make sure OHR can continue to handle important responsibilities like advising on and enforcing language access rules within the DC government and making sure people throughout the district understand their rights. OHR is full of dedicated public servants who work hard to reduce and respond to unlawful discrimination, and their work is deeply important to this committee. The second agency today is the Office of the Chief Technology Officer, or OCTO, which is the central technology agency for the district government. OCTO develops, implements, and maintains the district's technology infrastructure, major enterprise applications, technology policies and standards, and provides technology support to district agencies. OCTO also develops technology solutions to improve services to district residents and businesses. OCTO was responsible for helping the vast majority of district employees safely work from home over the past year during the pandemic, helping district public schools conduct remote learning, and stood up a vaccination portal for residents on such short notice. There were certainly hiccups along the way, but considering the massive change in government operations and increased IT dependency suddenly last March, Octo largely delivered under pressure. Octo also has an important role to play in defending the district against the serious and escalating cybersecurity risks we face, including the risk of ransomware attacks like the one recently suffered by MPD. Despite those risks, the district will need to continue to modernize its operations, and the challenges we face as we return to hybrid in-person operations will require Octo to provide new and different technology solutions. The Office of the Chief Technology Officer's proposed FY22 budget is $156,393,721, a 32.4% increase from FY21. However, most of that increase is attributed to federal funding granted to the district through the American Rescue Plan Act. Those funds will not be recurring dollars that the agency will have access to in years to come. So we'll want to discuss Octo's planned use of those funds in FY22 to ensure we are strategically using those one-time funds to provide the greatest impact for district residents. Octo's proposed budget also would add 4 FTEs in fiscal year 22. The next agency on today's agenda is the Office of Administrative Hearings. The Council and the District of Columbia created OAH in 2001, and it began formal operations in 2004. It is an independent agency and administrative court that holds hearings and decides appeals from government agency decisions. OAH decides cases involving unemployment compensation, paid leave, public benefits such as Medicaid and nutrition assistance, public space, rent control, professional and business licenses, as well as building health and fire code violations. Its mission is to enhance the quality of life in the district by providing residents with fair, efficient, and effective system to manage and resolve administrative litigation arising under district law. The mayor's FY22 budget proposes a slight increase in the OAH budget from $13,228,535 to $14,004,013, and an increase of 4 full-time employees, including 2 new administrative law judges and 2 new clerks. OAH is one of many district agencies that has faced enormous strain since the start of the public health emergency last year. An influx of unemployment insurance appeals, which coincided with OAH taking on a new paid leave appeals jurisdiction, has had a significant impact on the agency's capacity. Today, I'll be focusing my questions on whether this proposed budget will help address OAH's backlog and help OAH maintain its electronic systems. I'd also like to learn more about the status of the Resource Center and whether OAH is dedicating the appropriate resources to litigants without legal counsel and helping them with their appeals. Our 4th agency on today's agenda is the Office of Community Affairs, or MOCA. MOCA is an umbrella agency within the Executive Office of the Mayor, which provides central support and oversight of the 13 community affairs offices. The primary role of MOCA is to serve as the connection between district residents and the Executive Office of the Mayor, and to establish partnerships and conduct events. The presentation of the budget for the Office of Community Affairs does not completely line up with the organizational structure of the office in practice, and not all of the office's constituent parts are within the jurisdiction of this committee. That said, as presented in the budget, total funding for the office is proposed to increase by $763,000 up to $6,053,000. The key budget changes are presented that as presented include significant increases in funding for the Mayor's Office of Community Relations and Services, or MOCARS, the Office of Asian American Affairs, the Office of African Affairs, the Office of LGBTQ Affairs, and within the central support and leadership of the office. In addition, the budget for the Mayor's Office of the Clean City was moved into the Executive Office of the Mayor in this proposed budget, while funding for the Office of Father, Men, and Boys was removed. I'll be asking questions of Director Faith Gibson Hubbard about how this budget supports the mission of the office in the next fiscal year. The Director of MOCA will also be testifying regarding the Office of Partnerships and Grants. The Office of Partnerships and Grants was formerly a separate office that has been organizationally folded into Serve DC. This function of Serve DC and its continuing budget line has been referred to this committee for review. The office's budget has remained relatively flat in the proposed FY22 budget at $435,000, a $1,000 increase from last year with 3.8 FTEs. At this time, I will turn to my colleague, who is a member of this committee, at-large council member Christina Henderson, if you have an opening statement.
Good afternoon, Chairperson White, and to all of the public witnesses who are planning to testify today, as well as all of our government agencies. I'll keep it brief so we can get to it, because I know we have about, I guess, 17 or 18 or so people who wanted to testify. I'm looking forward to the discussion today. I'm just going to give a little preview of what I'm hoping to hear from each of the government witnesses for the various agencies. Director Parker from Octo, today I'm eager to learn about Octo's plans to address the digital divide in the district and efficiently meet the demands of residents through the mayor's proposed budget. Digital technology has most certainly changed the way we communicate, and our reliance on the internet, adequate Wi-Fi, and broadband adoption, is greater than ever. Although we have made strides to ensure that everyone has adequate help and support to adapt to the uncertain times of the pandemic, we must now address the technology gap that has been exacerbated due to COVID-19. From Director Palacio for the Office of Human Rights, I'm eager to hear how this budget addresses the case backlog, which I think, the chairperson and I have been talking about for quite some time. I believe that individuals in the district should have full faith that when they file a case with OHR, it will be addressed in a timely manner. I was excited to see some increases in terms of federal funding that is specifically supposed to go to addressing the backlog issues, but we have very few details in terms of how that is actually going to be effectuated. So I'll be asking some questions about that today. For Judge Curry from the Office of Administrative Hearings, also interested in how your budget will allow the agency to address its case backlog as well, while working to provide equal access to justice, improving adaptability, responsiveness, integrity, and commitment to improving public confidence in district government. And finally, for Director Hubbard, I look forward to learning about how the Office of Community Affairs will be utilizing its funds as well to improve resources for our residents. I anticipate from the hearing today, there will be lots of lessons learned from the past year. So I look forward to hearing the testimony and asking some questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Henderson. Before we turn to our agencies, we will hear testimony from our public witnesses. Everyone should have received a copy of the witness list on Friday. I'm going to call witnesses in the order that they are on the list. When I do, the staff will promote you to a panelist. When you're promoted, you will drop out of the hearing momentarily, but you will come back in as a panelist and you will be able to unmute yourself. Public witnesses will be provided with 4 minutes to testify, while advisory neighborhood commissioners will be permitted 5 minutes to testify. We will have panels of 6, but I also recognize that there are 1 or 2 groups of people who may want to be on the same panel, so we will work to accommodate that. Our first panel will be Sose Prom, Crystal Kitt, Michael Syndrome, if he is here, Alexis Christensen, Reginald Black, Ivan Cloyd. And it looks like Michael Syndrome is not here, so we will add Fritz Mulhauser to this panel. And Sose Prom, if I mispronounce your name, I apologize. Please correct me so I don't get it wrong again. And you can begin your testimony when you're ready.
Thank you, Chairperson White. It's actually pronounced sauce, like spaghetti sauce and then but thank you for asking for me to clarify on that. Good afternoon, Chairperson White and members of the committee. My name is Sasa Prom, and as Policy Counsel for the Council for Court Excellence, also known as CCE, I am pleased to present our organization's views on the Office of Administrative Hearings fiscal year 2022 budget. CCE is a nonpartisan, nonprofit organization with a mission to enhance justice for all in the District of Columbia. For nearly 40 years, CCE has worked to improve the administration of justice in the courts and related agencies in DC through research and policy analysis. Please note that in accordance with our policy, no judicial member of CCE has participated in the formulation or approval of this testimony. This testimony does not reflect the specific views of or endorsement by any judicial member of CCE. CCE advocated for the creation of OAH since 1999 and has supported its mission ever since. Over the years, OAH's jurisdiction and caseloads have grown, increasing the importance of its role in ensuring fair and robust administrative adjudication in the district. Most recently, in 2016, CCE developed a report on behalf of the Office of the DC Auditor, which made a variety of recommendations for the continued improvement of OAH. We continue to consult and collaborate with OAH's excellent administrative law judges and seek opportunities to assist OAH in effectively serving the district. Today, CCE urges this committee to increase the proposed fiscal year 2022 funding levels or place clear earmarks within the existing budget to address two issues highlighted in our audit report: the need for online access to OAH case records, and the need for greater investment to ensure meaningful and effective participation in OAH proceedings by pro se litigants. As DC prepares to reopen the city, including lifting public safeguards such as payment moratoriums and extra unemployment benefits, efficient and fair OAH administrative hearings will be paramount to assure existing benefits are delivered accurately. We urge this committee to work with OAH and provide the funding necessary to achieve efficient, fair, and informed adjudication of public benefits and other critical matters before OAH. CCE's first recommendation for targeted fiscal year 2022 funding is based on our audit research. The OAH Establishment Act requires that the office make all documents filed in any case before the office available to the public for review. The Freedom of Information Act adds the requirement that final orders be published on the internet. Unfortunately, for years, OAH has lacked the necessary funding for the technology needed to meet these legal obligations, stating that the office literally cannot afford to follow the law. To date, despite OAH's stated and clear desire to provide it, the public still does not have proper electronic access to court dockets, calendars, pleadings, and final orders. This is a critical transparency and fairness issue for the district and one that needs to be remedied immediately. DC residents, legal advocates, and agency staff will all benefit from the timely publication of these materials. As it stands now, case dockets are available only on a screen in the office, which requires phone calls to the clerk's office to learn routine case details. While OAH has published some final orders on a public portal, there is still major work to be done. Only a few decisions are uploaded and they cannot be usefully searched. Additionally, as best as we can determine, nothing has been added since 2019, even though thousands of decisions are issued each year. Adequate funding is needed to ensure that OAH secures the technological and personnel resources needed to provide the public with full and proper online access to the docket and case records in fiscal year 2022. We encourage this committee to coordinate with OAH representatives and confirm the precise budgetary needs to improve the portal and expand on its current capabilities as soon as possible. Doing so will not only bring OAH into compliance with DC law, but also has the potential to lead to more efficient use of OAH staff, such as reducing the number of emails and calls received in the clerk's office from litigants and attorneys seeking basic information about their case. This is an issue that will continue to make the district susceptible to litigation and disadvantages thousands of residents whose cases are heard before OAH each year. The DC Council cannot postpone this funding any further. CCE's second funding recommendation centers on assistance for pro se litigants. OAH proceedings can be complex. Thousands of DC residents pursue unemployment, shelter, SNAP, or Medicaid benefit denial cases without legal assistance. So this frequently means that they are left alone to marshal or understand the legal standards and procedural rules that apply, inevitably leading to a lack of meaningful participation. By providing litigants with resources such as handouts and a self-help center with part-time support, OAH has certainly tried to help address these barriers. Also, CCE commends OAH's collaboration with the legal services community and support of the OAH Legal Assistance Network. But the existing efforts, especially constrained during the public health emergency, have not been enough. The reality is that the immense number of cases before OAH and the limited numbers of attorneys available to help has created a situation where more often than not, Litigants have to navigate the complexities of an OAH hearing completely on their own. We urge this committee to provide funding for the expansion of the OAH Resource Center in fiscal year 2022. We also ask that funding be allocated to put at least one, if not two, full-time dedicated staff on duty in the center, improve online materials such as videos, and further support OAH's collaboration with legal service providers, law schools, and other volunteers so that every possible kind of assistance is available for litigants. We roughly estimate that such expansion would cost around $250,000 to $300,000 of additional funds for another full-time employee and other required resources. In closing, OAH serves a vital role in ensuring that DC residents are able to fairly and quickly adjudicate problems with DC government agencies, including benefit errors that can threaten basic survival. Sadly, the current resources available to OAH do not allow for adequately meeting this mandate quickly, efficiently, and transparently. We request that this committee direct specific funding in the OAH budget so that online public portals are fully developed and unrepresented litigants are able to obtain necessary assistance. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you very much. Crystal Kitt, are you with us today? All right. Michael Syndrome, I believe, is with us by phone. You will have to unmute yourself. Okay, I don't think he's on yet. Alexis Christensen.
Hi, good afternoon, Chairperson White and members of the committee. My name is Alexis Christensen, and I'm a Skadden Fellow at the Legal Aid Society of DC. Thank you so much for this opportunity to testify. I just want to first commend OAH and the Bowser administration for prioritizing the needs of district residents during the pandemic and ensuring that individuals were afforded fair hearings, even as COVID-19 raged on. Today, my testimony will focus on 3 specific recommendations that implicate a litigant's access to justice. So first, very similar to Ms. Prom, we recommend that the committee invest in a robust, searchable public portal for final orders. In September of 2017, OAH began uploading final orders for certain jurisdictions to a public portal. However, in fiscal year 2020, only 35.7% of final orders were uploaded, and no final orders were uploaded for jurisdictions like DHS, DHCF, or DOES. Having access to these final orders will allow pro se litigants and representatives to better understand government agency positions and provide residents with a fair and efficient resolutions to their administrative issues. We understand that OAH has some legitimate confidentiality concerns about posting these final orders, but we believe that OAH can provide public access to final orders while maintaining a litigant's privacy. The Maryland's Office of Administrative Hearing provides a searchable portal for decisions by various agencies, including its Department of Human Services and Department of Health. These decisions in these jurisdictions are redacted to maintain the privacy of the litigant. So we encourage this committee to invest and take in technology that will allow OAH to redact these final orders and upload them to the public portal. Second, we recommend that OAH continue to offer telephonic hearing options and expand its hearing capabilities when OAH returns to in-person operations. OAH officials have reported that hearing attendance of petitioners has increased during the public health emergency. At the height, the attendance was at the beginning in March of 2020, and it's dwindled a little bit over the past year. However, it still remains higher than the pre-pandemic attendance numbers. So offering a wide range of hearing options to litigants will improve their access to OAH and vice versa. And last, we asked the committee to fully fund a resource center coordinator position. We commend OAH for retaining this position during the pandemic. However, the resource center coordinator wears many hats, and he splits his time between the resource center and his attorney advisor role. Just starting in March of 2021 to present, the Resource Center has more than 200 unique contacts with residents who are needing assistance navigating OAH. And we can only imagine that this number will increase as we transition to post-pandemic life. The Resource Center is an asset to OAH. It's an asset to the pro se litigants of DC and to legal service agencies as well. And so we urge the committee to fund this position in a way that allows the coordinator to remain solely focused on his work in the Resource Center. So in closing, we ask the committee to ensure that there's enough funding for a robust searchable portal to access final orders, to provide requisite funding to continue telephonic hearings, and for an expansion to video hearings using WebEx technology post-pandemic. And last, to allocate funding for an FTE position at the Resource Center, whose main focus and sole responsibility is the Resource Center. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today.
Thank you very much. Our next public witness is Reginald Black. Mr. Black, you can begin when you're ready.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
All righty. Good morning, Councilmember White, members of the Committee on Government Facilities and Government Operations, and DC residents. My name is Reginald Black, and I am a native Washingtonian, new Ward 4 resident, and I am the Advocacy Director of the People for Fairness Coalition, as well as a lived experience appointee to the Interagency Council on Homelessness. I am here today to testify in the support of the reintroduction of the Michael A. Stoops Anti-Discrimination Amendment Act. This crucial legislation is a step in the right direction to producing racial equity in the District of Columbia, as well as the ultimate way of honoring Michael Stoops, who I worked with personally on many different initiatives, including the annual Homeless Persons Memorial Day and Vigil, as well as through the evolution of Street Sense Media. The homeless community is a vulnerable community in which many things go wrong during the course of a day. These things make life difficult for these residents. We are pleased that various council members of the District of Columbia, including yourself, did hear that we are seeing discrimination amongst our most vulnerable population. There were studies completed in 2019, and it broke down the kinds of discrimination that is still occurring in the homeless community. It shows that 93% of respondents feel they've been discriminated against, with 70.3% of African Americans reporting that they feel discriminated against by law enforcement, and 75% of whites feeling that private businesses are discriminate towards them. 66.3% of men and 68.9% of women also felt that private businesses were discriminatory to them. Overwhelmingly, men thought law enforcement was the source of discrimination at a rate of about 61.8%. When homeless people are removed from establishments, the Metropolitan Police Department are called to mediate the situation. At that time, a potential customer of homeless services cannot make a complaint if they wish to make one. Corporations are often reluctant to give a person who appears to be not in good standing a complaint line. We also have some improvements and new language that could be included, and these seek to enable different agencies to streamline the Office of Human Rights complaint intake process, to include agencies like the Department of Behavioral Health, the Department of Human Services, MPD as well. We encourage significant funding increases to implement investigations. Last fiscal year, I believe 19 to 2020, the Office of Human Rights was allocated about $500,000 to investigate hate crimes, as well as produce full-time employees. We would love to see this increase to even $1 million. Also, we want to encourage all of our social services to incorporate a racial equity lens and provide clear understanding and guidance of their role in the experience of discrimination, policies and action steps that will also help to reduce discrimination while accessing services. These agencies can assist, mediate, advocate, and remedy such experiences. Discussions like this give every impression of inclusion in DC. And this particular bill is a great start to the framework in effort to make DC a world-class human rights city. We look forward to working with your office to pass this crucial legislation. I thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. Next we will turn to Ivan Cloyd.
Greetings, Chair, Councilmember White, and Councilmember Henderson, and any other distinguished members of this legislative body. I'm here today on twofold. One, to second the Michael Stoops Act, but also to request that there be some specifics or language around returning citizens and how that plays a part in one of the most disenfranchised populations when it comes to housing in the District of Columbia. When it comes to the male population, as far as human rights, housing is probably one of the most prioritized or priority issues, or should be here in the District of Columbia. In the District of Columbia, a woman can easily get a voucher, especially if she has children. A man cannot. In the District of Columbia, a man has to pay child support. In the District of Columbia, most men, or most African-American men, are returning citizens, and therefore by federal law cannot live on a federal housing property. I'm asking this body to work with OHR to looking at parameters. How is the practicality of how men live in the District of Columbia a problem against our constitutional rights? At the end of the day, this is discrimination due to the fact that a man who, many men have vouchers, but as an individual man, in order to pursue or reduce the segue to getting housing, it's very difficult. It's very, very difficult. Most times when a man needs a shelter or a housing, he has to go to a shelter, and there's a whole list of providers that provide case management and all sorts of things of that nature. But what about the men who work a decent job, probably make about 35 grand to $40,000 an hour, and in today's DC economy cannot afford the housing market? That doesn't mean that he needs mental health services. That doesn't mean he can't sustain himself. And more times over, the local economy job market is only set up for men really to work in the construction sector. When I say men, I'm talking about African-American men and men who are returning citizens. And in most cases, those construction jobs, after it ends, they have to wait. Does that mean that that man has a mental health problem? Does that mean that that man needs extra additional case management? No, he's a thriving man that needs support. And I would ask that this body look at budgetary ways to reducing the gap for housing for men. And it doesn't mean it has to be a voucher. It could mean it could be in terms of a subsidy that, hey, if you have a job and you meet these deliverables, we will provide you financial subsidies to provide your own housing. Most time, not having housing results to criminal issues. I have to stay with my baby mother, or I have to stay with my family, and they don't have the environment for a man 9 times out of 10 to be self-sufficient. These kind of parameters will give a man his own identity and also be more of an incentivizing effort to pursuing men to being better fathers, not having to rely on this woman or that woman to provide childcare. And also, it also would help a young man keep his job. It could be a parameter where, hey, if you lose your job, then we won't provide the subsidy. If you don't be consistent. I'm just asking this body to look at these things from a human rights issue, because that's a problem. It is a violation of the constitutional rights and practicality. Second, I want to talk to this body as a CEO of Quadrant in terms of how I can work with Octo, as I am seeking to stream every District of Columbia high school sports game. And what I don't want to do is, as I'm building this system, leave district residents available to attack from spyware or malware as they use my site as I serve the residents of the District of Columbia. So I definitely would want to work with Octo to see, as I'm building this system, how we can protect the residents of the District of Columbia from a malware and spyware perspective. And I rest my time.
Thank you very much. And our final public witness for this panel, Fritz Mulhauser.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon to you and to Council Member Henderson. I'm Fritz Mulhauser. I'm the co-chair of the legal committee of the board of directors of the DC Open Government Coalition. We've been advocating for many years for open government in every respect. That means meetings, that means access to public records, access to data, and for the technological infrastructure, if you will, which makes those services and rights truly accessible. We're here to talk about the Office of Administrative Hearings this morning because OAH, as you've heard twice already, is both a vital part of the government's means of handling complaints about mistakes in its agencies, and it's underpowered. Its essentiality is clear. Food stamp, unemployment, Medicaid benefits are more vital than ever in these days. And agencies make mistakes because they're complicated programs. And OAH is where you have to go to ask what's gone wrong with your benefit payment. And it's a complicated process. And the resource center that Ms. Prom talked about and Ms. Christensen is vital as well. We didn't address that directly, but I joined their remarks. The key parts of access that we want to talk about, the underpowering of OAH, is that you can't file a paper there electronically. You can in every other court in the city. You can't find your case status there online, where you can in every other court in the city. And you can't find how a case like yours was handled before. If you're a Medicaid recipient, for example, where you can't get the home care hours that your doctor prescribed, you have to go to OAH and talk with skilled representatives of healthcare finance department under the watchful eyes of a judge, and think how much better off you'd be if you could read the last 250 opinions OAH has done on those very same cases. You can't do that today. Not publishing their opinions is a violation of law and federal regulations. And what does the office say about it? They've told your committee and predecessors for years, we lack the budget to do it. We would love to, they say, but we lack the budget. So let's stop that this year. Let's go beyond vague plans in the budget, vague this year as well, things like strengthen the data management system, have a vendor come up with a system and so on, very vague. Let's stop the history of vague promises and budget stringency excuses for no progress. We ask that the committee take two clear steps. First, earmark funds for the technological underpinnings. They're not fancy, they're not sexy, but they're vital so that you can file papers electronically, have a public docket to keep track of your case, and read past opinions pertinent to your case. Put aside the funds to do those steps. Every other court in the country is doing the same thing. There's a million vendors ready to help us. And second, to put in your report language clear requests for plans for this work and milestones so that you can hold accountable the agency in some terms other than the vague promises in the budget. There's new leadership there. This is a good time. We have a new chief judge, Judge Curry, who comes from Michigan, a state which is ahead of many in the country in using technical tools to make courts accessible. We hope to learn from her experience out in Michigan. And we have new energized oversight from your committee. This is a wonderful recipe for progress on the steps we're talking about, which are too long delayed: electronic filing, public docket, published opinions. Let's make progress this year. We've made some of the same suggestions you heard already about how to do published opinions that don't compromise personal information. There are many workarounds from many other courts. Let's get on with the business with your support, and we look forward to that. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much to this entire panel. There's obviously some overlap in testimonies, which is not a bad thing. Some of these are issues that we, in fact, asked OAH about in our first oversight hearing, performance oversight hearing with them once I became committee chair over them this year. I agree. So there are kind of a combination of things in these requests about modernizing OAH. Some of these are past due, like publicly accessible dockets, past cases. Certainly, many other jurisdictions have done that. Probably most jurisdictions have done that. We have to come up to speed. The other piece is telephonic and we hope at some point video capabilities going forward. Courts tend to be a little conservative and overly traditional, so we've not seen before the pandemic too many courts that have allowed for that. But my hope and expectation is that post-pandemic, we realize how important these tools are. Some questions on these. Ms. Christensen, do you know why they have done, because you spoke about the fact that they have currently no video access. Do you know why they haven't done video access? I feel like most organizations, period, have started video access during the pandemic. Do you have any idea?
So it's my understanding from some of our stakeholder meetings that OAH is rolling out video hearings. That has been for a while now, so I'm not sure the current status. But from the beginning of the pandemic, I think there were maybe, I want to say, workers' compensation cases that were using video hearings. But that would be, I think, a good question for Chief Judge Curry.
Okay. We will indeed ask that. My recollection from Chief Judge Curry's testimony during the performance oversight hearing is that they are working with Octo and I believe a web developer to create a public-facing app that will allow visitors to search and view final orders and past cases. I don't have an updated timeline on that, so I will get an updated timeline on that from Judge Curry. The resource center, Ms. Prom, what currently can constituents get at the resource center?
So right now, to the best of my knowledge, but I would definitely defer to any legal service organization to maybe have more information on this. Right now, the Resource Center seems to be primarily providing more brochures and like pamphlets, right? More written information. I am not completely aware if there is a full-time attorney on staff to be able to provide proper like legal advice, brief services. And I believe the Resource Center at that point in time more so depends on referrals and refers out people to other legal service organizations. But I do believe that if there is one full-time staff person on hand, a full staff attorney for them to add an additional one, just because I know that legal service organizations are kind of overworked when it comes to like the public benefits aspect of things. And I know that they have been working hard to try and provide residents during the pandemic with additional assistance. So kind of like OLAN, the OAH Legal Assistance Network that was developed during the time of the pandemic. But to answer your question, short answer to your question, it seems to be primarily more pamphlets, brochures, referral service, maybe a little bit of help with, filing as well, but that's to the best of my knowledge.
Okay, and I mean, at some point, the pandemic will end, and we will not. Well, I don't know what benefits and appeals have looked like during the pandemic versus before the pandemic, but you think that legal service organizations that may provide some of these resources to pro se litigants, they're stretched a little too thin right now?
Yes, Chairperson. The reality is this is really just a number game. And the reality is the sheer number of filings between OAH and the number of attorneys available to help them, the numbers aren't on our side. There are just way too many case filings going on for us to realistically be able to help as many people as possible.
Okay.
And Councilperson White, can I add to that as well a little bit? Yeah, thank you so much. There is a full-time staff member currently that's in the Resource Center coordinator. That position started in 2012, and over years and different administration changes, the priority has changed. And so now that position does exist. However, the resource coordinator is also an attorney advisor, and he also has several other responsibilities outside of the resource center. So agreeing with Ms. Prom in the sense of the resource center, particularly during the pandemic, has been a place where pro se litigants have gone to get their questions answered. And as I mentioned, I think the updated as of Friday, I think between March and Friday, was 220 unique contacts, and that was returning calls and emails to residents. That's not counting the number of people who contacted OAH and was able to connect with them immediately. And so there is a need for this position to be a full-time focused position. And I do agree with Ms. Prom's assessment of the resource center. I know the coordinator there also does a lot of navigating just how to file, how to just help people sort of understand their notices. So he gives a lot of legal information and does also do the referral piece. Legal Aid is one of the members of the OAH Legal Assistance Network, and we receive referrals from the coordinator through our OLON network.
Okay. The lack of budget excuse is not a compelling one, because of course, you know, the culture of DC is that the council treats the mayor's budget recommendation as kind of a holy thing. And so if the money were in there, I doubt it would be stripped out. Finding something else in government to cut to fund this thing that was not presented as a priority of the agency or the administration tends to be more difficult. But I think, Mr. Mulhauser, I think your thought is a good one. I mean, certainly we will look for resources. I don't want to give the impression that we won't, because these do sound like, my understanding is that the resource center employees stretched very thin as well, and I'm very sensitive to the needs, particularly of pro se litigants. But we should also, I think, request this, plan in a timeline. Because it's, I think we all agree, and I'm sure Chief Judge Curry would agree as well, that it's important we get these resources, but we do need to sort of start to establish some clear expectations. To the extent that we're not able to fund them this year, I hope we're able to move some of these things forward, but we should start to get a clear expectation so we're all on the same page on these issues. The fact that case dockets are only on a screen in the office is that's very outdated. We have to get that corrected in a very short timeline. It also, is as you all pointed out, attorneys or anybody else who's used to dealing with OAH will know how to navigate it. It's inefficient, it's annoying. But people who are not used to navigating OAH, will certainly be handicapped by something like that. It seems like sort of a need to know thing. You need to know who to call, and that's not a reasonable expectation of residents. Ms. Christensen, you had mentioned a statistic in your testimony that only 35.7% of final orders were uploaded. Where did that statistic come from?
That was in the mayor's 2020 fiscal year budget. I have a citation actually to that in my written testimony.
I appreciate it.
Your Honor, that number is not credible. What they have uploaded is a few cases in a few jurisdictions years ago, and they're not even the jurisdictions of the most serious public concern and interest. So whatever number they say they've posted, it's essentially meaningless. You can't search them. You cannot learn anything useful. Even as an attorney myself, I've tried. I've looked at those pages and tried to use the information, and you can't. There is no meaningful defense of their present situation to say, oh, look at what we have uploaded. they haven't uploaded anything meaningful and shouldn't be allowed. We should just look forward and say, that was back then with different leadership, different administrations. It's time to do, in truth, they maybe ought to look at a whole new technological system for handling their cases, which would link e-filing, publication of final orders, and the docket. I hope they're doing that. But the past history is no defense of where we are today. There is no meaningful access today.
Yeah. Ms. Christensen did note in her testimony that there were some agencies that had no final orders uploaded. What do any of you know why there would be final orders relevant to some agencies, but not others?
My understanding is that what we've heard from OAH officials is the confidentiality issue has been a barrier, which is why we wanted to address that today, because we don't see the confidentiality issue as a bar to uploading these documents. So if there is a problem with the, having software to redact these information, or that the portal isn't amenable to what they need to do, that's the request for us, at least at Legal Aid. And we understand that this is a serious issue. We understand we want to protect litigants' privacy, but as I mentioned, we think there's just some ways around that.
Yeah, I agree. And I said something similar to that in our February hearing. But what I'm trying to find out here is, I think you were saying that some categories of final orders may be relevant to some agencies. DDOT, I think, was one of them. I may misremember your testimony, were not uploaded. So I know why OAH says that not all of the final orders are uploaded, but I thought there were some categories that had none uploaded.
The categories that I mentioned were DHS, DHCF, and DOES. Those were the three that are not uploaded at all. And I do not know, why. My understanding is the confidentiality reasoning, but there may be other reasons why other jurisdictions were uploaded. I'm just not certain.
I'm with you now. Okay. Yeah, I appreciate that. I'm all for goal setting. And really kind of setting expectations. I don't mind if an agency sets an ambitious goal and misses a goal. I can understand that, but not setting goals that that really is just a recipe for not moving forward. So we will explore that with OAH today.
Mr. Chairman, one other point on the confidentiality barrier that's alleged. Notice that the federal regulations require Medicaid opinions to be published, and those include healthcare finance here, which says they can't publish. And so I called up the folks in the central panel in California and said, how do you do this? How do you manage the requirement to publish Medicaid decisions and the confidentiality concern? They said, oh, that's easy. And I looked up their published opinions, and they do what you and I might be familiar with in the juvenile criminal domain. They use initials. They say, in the matter of JL versus healthcare finance. They publish thousands of opinions of the most sensitive sort. I read heartbreaking stories of people with healthcare needs that would make you cry, and which your mom might not like to read online, but they publish them anonymized by using initials, and they've done it for years. Yeah. This is not a meaningful excuse except just to avoid the issue here in DC. Let's get beyond that.
Yeah, I'm with you. Too many courts have figured out how to comply with confidentiality laws, whether it's redaction technology, using initials. There are ways to get this done, and I'm confident the Chief Judge knows that. So my hope is that we will all be working together to make progress on this. Mr. Black, I appreciate your testimony a great deal. You may or may not be aware, I recently introduced the Human Rights Enhancement Amendment Act, which includes protecting homeless residents from discrimination. There are some other categories of discrimination that we had to address as well. So we sort of created a larger bill, but I do intend to get this passed into law. However, you mentioned that you had some thoughts on some language that you'd like to see that was not in the Michael A. Stoops bill.
Mhm.
Could you connect with my committee, because we haven't seen that yet, and I do want to make sure we understand your thoughts before we move to follow.
And definitely, I can describe what sort of like that would entail. It would be something that would give DBH, DHS, MPD, other frontline response agencies a way to conduct human rights complaint intakes and make sure that we have that information in as fresh as possible, much like you get a police report on scene. Like if someone wants to make a human rights complaint against an agency or whatever, they should be able to do that on scene, and they cannot do that right now. So that's basically what that language will.
Okay. Well, but is that by law? They can't do that on the scene by law, or that the agencies don't have a practice of doing it?
I think it's more so they don't have a practice of doing it. Like for example, with MPD, they're just trained to control the situation and sort of like mediate a space. But then, far as getting complaint lines, far as filing a human rights complaint, when I say, hey, I want to file a human rights complaint, they don't even know what I'm talking about. So, I think that we do have to have some intentional language that gives these agencies direction in terms of making sure that when discrimination is happening and they are the responsive agency to one of those things, that they're able to help complete a human rights complaint form. And then that will be submitted to OHR, and then it will just go through the normal intake process. But we want to try to get that form in people's hands as soon as things are happening, much like you do, criminal investigation, where you got people come on scene, you have, the stories, and then all of that goes into the complaint and it goes in.
Okay. Let me apologize before I finish my questions for this panel. My colleague, Christina Henderson, is here, and I apologize. I didn't see your face and forgot you were here. Let me turn to you for a round of questions. And if you go over, obviously, it's quite all right.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was like, I'm here. I don't know if I need to have my camera out there to see me. I'll be very brief. I appreciate all the witnesses who testified today. Is Mr. Mulhauser, are you still there? He might have stepped away.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. I appreciate you raising this particular issue around the transparency and the need to post the filings. And I think I heard you say something to the effect of, this was raised before, and OH said it would be a financial cost for them to be able to post the stuff on the web. Did you ever hear whether or not that was like we need a person to be able to do this type of thing, or if it is like a systems issue in terms of their current website doesn't have the capability to do it?
They say both things. They say we don't have the staff necessary to do proper technical management of many parts of their systems, including posting, and also that the systems themselves were purchased a long time ago and require endless negotiation with a vendor to update, and much less to add new capabilities. So that they say it's both. It's FTEs and it's contract money, but they never seem to ask for it in a concrete way so that you can see it in a budget. They make the budget excuse repeatedly in person, in public meetings and in private meetings with us, but never with details. And when we say, when will you have a plan so you'll know the cost of these enhancements, that never is offered either.
Okay. All right. Well, hopefully we can get some answers on that particular point today. That was the only clarifying question that I had. Thank you to this round of panelists.
Thank you, Councilmember Henderson, and my apologies again. Before we wrap up this panel, Mr. Cloyd, I appreciate your testimony. Certainly, I do know a number of men, including some, raising children by themselves who have difficulty finding resources. My position is we certainly never want to take resources away from women and mothers. We need to add resources to make sure we are meeting the needs of men and fathers. With respect to returning citizens, one of the things that I was able to do a couple of years ago with help and support from my colleagues is create a number of housing vouchers specific for returning citizens that men, including single men, are able to use. And certainly we need more of those. We also do see too many men returning from incarceration. They go from the halfway house into the homeless shelter, which is a clear indication, obviously, that we have to do more to prevent homelessness for these men. And then there are many people working, as you testified, who just don't make enough to pay the rents that DC now demands. So I hear you loud and clear that we have to create more resources for men here in the city, and that's something I'm going to keep looking at how we do and how we strengthen that. Now, one thing I wanted to get clarification on, is there something you wanted to add? Because I do have a question about your Octo issue.
I wanted to ask, do you have a portal or a tool as a resource for those men who are coming home, who are returning home from prison, that you said that they do have a certain amount allocated in vouchers? I think I get so many requests about these kind of resources, and I kind of want to make it as efficient as possible to say, go here. These are the steps to go through. I think one of the steps is very, I wouldn't say terrifying, but it's a process that's very taxing. When you have to go to Virginia Williams and go through all these, submittals, and they say you disapprove. It kind of disencourages one to pursue the avenue of housing from the District of Columbia, especially from a male perspective. So I would really want to work with this body to really help streamline a bill or some kind of language outside of returning citizens. But again, for the working class male who can't really make them enough to make ends meet, because it's very vital. And this problem also is an unintended consequence, has unintended consequences, and that's robbery, domestic violence, all these things that we spending millions and millions of dollars on trying to prevent. We can prevent it by giving a young man or any man, the tool to be self-sufficient with the assistance of, just like our gendered woman or transgender women get. Just to be very detailed, men, we have to get the same level of support in that avenue from the city. But that's just the only thing I really wanted to stress. In addition to the $14 million in housing vouchers that was misused or unused last year, resulting in 520 vouchers not being able to be allocated in year 2020. All these kind of things, we're just losing money, and we really could play a more efficient part in really closing the gap, especially on some of these petty crimes and things of this nature. Just these little tools, but that's it.
I appreciate it, and I agree with you as a general matter. And one of the things I did, so please do direct people to MORCA when they're returning. We've worked really hard to expand that agency pretty substantially. We've more than doubled the size of that agency since I started on the council, to make sure there are more resources. As with many issues, there still there is more need than there are resources. So I don't want to pretend that anybody and everybody who goes to MORCA will be able to get a housing voucher and a job. But what I am saying is that we've moved that a lot further. So there are many more available than there were when I started on the council. On the issue of Octos, you said you're developing, you aspire to stream every DC high school sports program. Are you working with an agency in doing that?
So my conversations that I had to pursue this journey, they've been very supportive to agencies. DEMPED has been very supportive, and DSLBD has been very supportive. I've reached out to DOES and have not received a response on how they can service stakeholders in the vision. And in addition to Office of Cable, Film, Television, Music, and Entertainment, and I have not received a response from that agency as well. So I'm looking to be very transparent with the city. I think when it comes to streaming, just to be very frank, and most entrepreneurs don't mention this, but there aren't that many regulations around streaming here in the district. It's very new in terms of a field of pursuit and having an economy here in the district. And I just want to make sure that the district residents are protected. That's from a visual perspective, being able to stream with all of the full rights to be able to stream and have the full confidentialities and agreements to stream. The other supportive agency that has been very, very supportive for us to be able to pursue this journey was DC Athletic Association. Rest in peace to Clark Ray. We've had many, many conversations on how we would stream, what it would look like, how would the district be benefit from it. And I'll just be very frank. The thing about the streaming agencies that Clark Ray and I talked about, every DC public high school having a streaming program in which they'll be taught streaming and broadcasting, but they will also take the cameras out and they'll actually stream the games themselves and actually broadcast the games with an ESPN style field. And the schools would receive a certain percentage on the usership of the folks who watch the games. And those monies would go back to capital budget, textbooks, things of that nature, just to be very inclusive, that this is not a money grab, or this is not an ecosystem where this take or needed consistent dedicated funding. We created a model in which it supported the economy, that whatever money was made would be allocated back, a certain percentage would be allocated back to that particular school.
Okay. As you continue to work through this, it seems like you are working with a couple agencies now. As you kind of hit roadblocks and are not able to hear back, if you don't hear back from certain agencies, reach out to my office and we will assist. Obviously, we can't tell any agency you have to work with this person, but we can at least make sure you get a response.
Okay. The other thing with Octo is that I didn't build this system. So to pursue this avenue, I had to pay a vendor that would fit my vision in. What I would like to do is, as I pursue this, one of the harmful things that could happen in the streaming world is that you have pay block systems, and where hypothetically you have all these parents and friends and family members and stakeholders paying to watch a game or watch several games. We don't want that information to be very accessible by hackers and things of that nature. I'm not an expertise in that area. So I wanted to work with Octo on those parameters, and also to making sure that the system runs very efficient. This program and company was built in support, and I only moved forward because
let me pause you, because you're going to it's
over time.
Yeah, well, yeah, we're well over time for this panel, but some of these are issues that won't be resolved until you have some type of agreement, I think, with the city or the application is up and running. So that's why I'm suggesting continue working with the agencies you're working with. As you hit roadblocks, reach out to my office and we will try to help navigate those.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I want to thank everybody in this panel very much for your testimonies. Certainly, I look forward to working with you all to move our agencies forward. I want to move to our next panel of public witnesses. Michael Syndrome again, if he is with us. Jane Feldmesser, Robert Warren, Joshua Kiggins, and Joshua Cavins. Okay. Yvette Scorse, Bernadine Ramsey, Gwendolyn Brown, and Yvette Banfield. Mr. Syndrome, are you with us?
I am your, Mr. Chair. Can you hear me?
I can. You can begin your testimony when you're ready. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Michael Syndrome, disabled veteran, served our country more than most. So I had a discussion with your staffer. I want to weigh in on Office of Administrative hearings, and the Office of Human Rights. And I understand, respectively, 4 minutes per agency. Normally, when you represent, you get additional time, but I won't push it. But I do have a lot of ground to cover, so I hope you will honor that commitment as the committee rules dictate.
Well, the committee rules give you 4 minutes, sir. So jump right into it.
Well, I'm saying 4 minutes per agency.
No, sir.
You mean no, sir?
That's not. Those aren't the committee rules, and I don't want to spend your testimony time discussing the committee rules.
You know, I'm taking time off to weigh in. You all have said, where are we the people? Because it falls on 10 ears when we do testify and you shut us down. Don't do this. Okay, so I'm going to begin with the Office of Administrative Horrors. There's a case that ALJ Handy has made a statement, and I quote, well, to begin with, in a public benefits case, when the applicant, petitioner, is pro se, the government is to be unrepresented, pursuant to DC Official Code Section 4-210.10. That's not being honored. That's not being followed. In fact, I have a litany of a barrage of attorneys, and the pendulum swings the other way. Sad but true. That ought not be. And in a case here, Judge Handy had made and it's case number DHCF 2070-18, and Judge Handy made this following statement. Quote, this matter raises implications of whether Mr. O'Donnell, that's with the Medicaid, was candid with this administrative court, and so carry important implications for administration of justice and important implications for Mr. O'Donnell, DHCF, and Mr. Syndrome. That's contained in a comprehensive order, page 10, and again, that's case number DHCF 2070-18. And I also referred to the District of Columbia Bar Rule 3.3 Candor Tort Tribunal, which the good judge has yet to take corrective action against O'Donnell. I'm a disabled veteran. I'm Medicaid eligible, and every twist and turn, I am denied care. Sad but true. Most recently, Judge Rushkoff, all right, took a case, and he's sitting on it. I'm not getting dental care. I'm not getting care at MedStar. In fact, they made appointments for me and canceled them, and deferring to Rushkoff to do something, and he's not doing anything. So I've been in touch with DC AmeriHealth, Caritas. They say we're not going to do anything unless and until the judge orders us. But the law is a controlling force, and that's clearly not being followed. I've been denied care at Howard University Dental Clinic. I don't have a suitable primary care physician. There's, again, no dental care provided. I need an upright walker. I'm, Mr. Chair, crippled, and I'm blind, and I can't get the requisite care that I'm entitled to under color of law. Sad but true. And we know that Medicaid has deep pockets. They're not hurting for funds. The mileage reimbursement to get to and fro, which I'm entitled to. I got to keep going back round and round and round and going nowhere quick. I'm facing foreclosure, and I don't have money to throw away good after bad to get what I'm entitled to. Again, mileage reimbursement. The grievance process, we're a AmeriHealth, doesn't work. Plain and simple. And now they won't even answer the phone. I want to opt Medicaid. I was with Medicaid, and I wanted Dr. Gaynor, who did excellent work. They won't enroll him. They won't permit him to complete the application. Sad but true. and I'm not getting any care. I'm just not getting what I'm entitled to, and that ought not be. So, and minimally with Dr. Gaynor, there needs to be the application process fulfilled, and then one way or the other, presumptively, Dr. Gaynor can be reimbursed. This goes back to a time, for instance, when chiropractors under your predecessor, Yvette Alexander, was chair. They would not cover or permit in the state plan chiropractor. Now it is. And Dr. Keita Vanderpool, who is enrolled, is getting paid. Well, same difference for Dr. Gaynor. The law changes as it should, and it's nothing more than a single case agreement not being done. And it's just irreparably harming the community, jointly, severally, collectively, individually, notwithstanding this disabled veteran who served our country more than most. So I hear new leadership, and Vanessa Natali, who was there previously, was excellent. The current entourage of staffers are just going from bad to worse. I understand now we got Chief Judge Curry. The honeymoon may be on. I've not had an occasion to interact. I even thought it was the predecessor. His name escapes me at the moment, but evidently he's moved on. So not to belabor the point, hopefully it is a new day and new leadership and something will be done. And I also want to echo the concern with the opinions not being available. And actually also in light of COVID, that ordinarily pre-COVID you can come in off the street and file. Can't do that now. I've made a number of filings. I was under deadline by Judge Rushkoff, and he flippantly indicates never got it. Got a record that it was sent, that it was received, but they bury it, and that ought not be. So I have no way to get in, or anyone else for that matter, to show a file stamp copy. This has been done, it's been received, and then the good judge says, well, I put you under deadline, and so you didn't comply, case dismissed. That's not going to cut it, all right? Okay, so I want to move on to Office of Human Rights.
And Mr. Syndrome, you're 2 minutes over, so I would just ask that you summarize your Office of Human Rights concerns.
Now, there's a lot of concerns, as I'm sure you know. So I wrote to...
Mr. Syndrome, are you going to be able to summarize it?
You keep interrupting me, I won't. So I wrote to Interim Director Garcia back on May the 8th of 2020. I've since resubmitted my letter, which contains 168 cases for reconsideration over the years that Ms. Pelosi has been sitting. And I haven't gotten one decision yet. There was a letter January 12th, which was nonsensical. It doesn't address anything in my letter, and I like for that to be, to be addressed. Again, it's May the 8th of 2020. It's been submitted more than once. There's a case that involves People's Counsel, all right? This case is OHR number 17394 PA, and it's a 5-year-old case. And I get inundated with interrogatories and questions and so on, which I don't mind answering, but they keep repetitively asking the same thing. And then there is items I need to refer to, which the office and through the FOIA are not making available. So I can't really intelligibly respond, so giving grounds to dismiss. I understand the caseload is overwhelming. Their staffers are backed up, a lot of hungry mouths to feed, but still, our community is being irreparably harmed and justice not being served. There's a case with Verizon, which is very greedy. I didn't say needy. It's squashed by Gallardo, who doesn't know what she's doing there, a human rights staffer.
Mr. Syndrome, you're at 8 minutes, which was your request. I am, out of respect for the other witnesses, going to have to move on. Happy to receive the remainder of your testimony in writing or another way that is.
Well, I got a couple more points, so I'd like to.
No, sir, you're more than doubled your testimony, and we do have to move on out of respect for everybody else who has to testify. So thank you for testifying today. And we're going to move to Jane Feldmesser.
Hi, good afternoon, Council Member Robert White and members of the Committee on Government Operations and Facilities. My name is Jane Feldmesser, and I serve as the Policy Associate at PAVE. I have the honor and privilege of working alongside PAVE parent leaders who have worked tirelessly throughout the pandemic to advocate for their vision for a family-centered education system, which includes expanding access to reliable and affordable high-speed internet and devices for students and families. Less than 2 weeks ago, Ward 8 parent leader Mary McCain was testifying at the Education Agency's budget oversight hearing. She spent weeks planning and writing her powerful testimony. However, on the day of the hearing, she had to resort to her phone to use Zoom because of the lack of access to a reliable computer and adequate internet connectivity. Her testimony was unfortunately cut off because of the connectivity issues. Now, imagine relying on that Wi-Fi for an entire household who works and learns at home. We are over a year and a half into this pandemic, but many families, like Mary's, are still unable to reliably access adequate technology and broadband. So we must increase accessibility and speed of basic internet. According to Broadband Now, 100 megabits per second is only considered an average speed that can support a household of only 3 to 4 people. However, Octo's Internet for All program only provides speeds around 25 to 50 megabits per second, which are too slow to accommodate the needs of families to work and learn from home. Currently, the mayor's proposed budget does not mention a long-term plan or roadmap for universal broadband. Right now, nearly 20% of all DC households are not connected to the internet. To bolster the services provided by Internet for All, DC must invest to expand outreach to unconnected households and to raise the basic level of internet to at least 100 megabits per second. Also, in the mayor's proposed budget, Octo has allocated $27 million for its digital inclusion initiative to purchase cell phones, laptops, and tablets to support devices for residents and to support Octo's Tech Together initiative. The distribution of these devices are crucial for accelerating learning this fall, as well as a plan for ongoing maintenance and repair. However, DC's tech support, which helps students and government employees like teachers, currently has a ratio of 1 tech support person per 857 users. We need to improve DC's tech support systems that help families, students, and teachers, especially with all these new devices. This also includes prioritizing language accessibility on the website and with support so we can ensure that every parent and student can access and receive the support they need. The lack of reliable internet and devices has significant impact on student learning and acceleration. Even as more students return to in-person learning in the fall, the majority of students rely on internet access to complete homework assignments and other schoolwork at home. According to Pew Research Center, nearly 6 in 10 students say they use the internet at their home to complete homework every day or almost every day. However, nationally, about 35% of households with children ages 6 to 17 who had an annual income below $30,000 a year do not have a high-speed internet connection at home. These broadband gaps are particularly pronounced in Black and Latinx households with school-aged children, especially those with low incomes. It's imperative that DC recognizes the importance of funding these internet and technology investments from the classroom to the home as a means to accelerate student learning this upcoming school year by centering our budget on creating more equitable opportunities for our kids. To quote Mary McCain in her testimony, "Your decisions about what to prioritize affect real families. Your budget priorities aren't just about dollars in a budget, it's about our lives, it's about her life. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I hope we can count on your leadership."
Thank you very much for your testimony. Robert Warren, are you here?
How you doing, Councilman?
Doing well. Good to see you.
You too. Thank you. Yeah, my name is Robert Warren. I'm a lifelong DC resident. I work for an organization, People Fairness Coalition, and just want to thank you again for the work you've been doing to help us try to realize the microwave students anti-discrimination legislation and work we've been doing through the Department of Human Rights Commission here. Yeah, but I also just wanted to touch on one of the things that's been really concerning to us is, just with some of the facilities around the city, specifically CCMV. Early on, PFFC and some of our coalition partners, when we were trying to stand up what we call DC Hope, there were a number of different organizations, People Fairness Coalition, Industry Village, the Women of Be the Change, Isaiah House over at Psalms, and of course our Sharp group at CCMV that standing for Shelter Housing and Respectful Change. And we were able to, through our advocacy, was able to establish a commission on CCMV, and through that commission, they was able to come up with with a document of some words of principles of how that facility and that property could be utilized to continue to address needs for, very traumatized residents in District of Columbia. And I think, with People Fairness Coalition, we always try to encourage folks who are experiencing what we like to call housing instability to be able to be their best advocates and have a seat at the table. And we were able to establish that. But now it's been almost going on 6 years, and that facility is still falling into disrepair. There's been reports of, widespread bug bit problems, rodent problems in the facility, besides just folks living under really, really rough conditions. And that continues. And so we have, formed a group, working with some students from George Washington University to try to address, as we move forward with Capital Crossing and other things that's happening in that community, how are we going to, address CCNV? And I just want to bring that back to the forefront, of, that statement of principle. And hopefully, council member, that you would take the lead on making sure that that property is able to be utilized to continue to address people's housing issues and needs and mental health needs in the city, and that we can build that model facility, of infrastructure that will continue to address some of the inequities that, a lot of us folks in DC of color, we suffer under. And just lastly, just to also to address the issue of 801 East, we had some early on, we were able, far as in the community, the homeless community, far as with those with learned experience, was able to have a seat at the table and talk about the new facility and what actually would transpire at that new facility. And some of the agreements that was reached in those conversations are now being kind of pushed back on because of COVID-19, specifically the employment and trying to get folks, our young folks who are experiencing homelessness be trained up so they can move to some form of self-sufficiency, through these different programs. And, I just like to just mention one program I know of, United Planning Organization has a really great program that they're offering district residents to be able to get certain trainings, in electricity and be able to become electricians, and other construction, training that, folks can get to get trained up. And, I know when I was coming up here in District of Columbia, I was able to go through district government and join a program where I was able to make a decision where I was able to become a licensed, a trained sheet metal worker in the District of Columbia, earning a good salary. And I did that, through a program when they were doing it through building the Washington Convention Center. And I know we have a lot of capital improvements going on right now at our shelter facilities, New York Avenue, which we have not actually been at the table as far as that facility and what's going to transpire at that facility. I think we've been in the dark. I know there's talk about also the women's shelter of Harriet Tubman, and just some of these capital improvements that's going to be taking place within these facilities. Just want to make sure that that the community and specifically those that's going to have learned experiences in the homeless community has opportunity, to weigh in on some of these decisions being made. And being able to have opportunities to get this training to be able to work in some of these upgrades of some of these facilities. So once again, just like to thank you for your leadership and helping us with, trying to move forward with the Michael A. Stoops anti-discrimination legislation to address, the racial and economic discrimination that a lot of us have been suffering under for a lot of years here in the District of Columbia. So yeah, thank you again.
Thank you very much, Mr. Warren. Our next public witness is Joshua Kiggins.
Good afternoon, council members, and thank you for this opportunity to testify. My name is Joshua Kiggins, and I volunteer with DEC, the DC Education Coalition for Change. DEC unites parents, educators, students, and community members to organize and take informed collective action on education issues. We train, connect, and advocate diverse leaders from school communities to better understand the power dynamics of DC's education system to demand justice and equity. Ultimately, DEC envisions a DC school system free from the structural barriers that cause educational inequity, where students, educators, and families are powerful partners in building and sustaining a world-class education system. Throughout the pandemic, students, teachers, parents, and school staff that attend regular DEC meetings have been raising the alarm about the digital divide and the harm it is causing students. The first priority was devices and hotspots. And to the credit of advocates, teachers, school leaders, and with support from agencies like Octo, we've made tremendous progress in getting devices in the hands of those that need them. We applaud the $13.2 million investment by the mayor to continue the rollout of the Eli initiative and reach a 1-to-1 student device ratio for grades 3 through 12 and a 3-to-1 ratio for grades pre-K through 2. We also applaud the $5.7 million investment to ensure all DCPS students have a centrally provided device, rather than having the burden on individual schools to purchase equipment. However, closing the digital divide is going to require more than providing devices, and the problems that remain are harder to solve and require bolder action from Octo, the mayor, and the DC Council. One key issue is tech support for students, families, and teachers. We are encouraged to see in this budget that DCPS has increased their tech support contract with Octo from about $10 million last year to $16.7 million this year. And we understand this can provide a ratio of 1 technician to about 705 users, which is better than the previous ratio of 1 to 857 users. However, we'd like a clearer picture of exactly how Octo plans to deliver its tech support to schools. Without sufficient tech support, we will see what happened this past year, where teachers are the first responders to any and all tech issues that students and families face. This is not what teachers are prepared to do and takes away from precious academic time. We're hopeful that the $27 million investment in the new digital inclusion initiative, which to understanding includes a mandate to create a more centralized call center for tech support across the city. This sounds promising, but we would like to see more details. In particular, this new digital inclusion initiative includes a lot of other mandates, so it is not exactly clear how much of the $27 million is set aside for new tech support systems. Finally, the key question I want to raise today is, what are Octo's plans to massively improve broadband access in DC? Devices and tech support can only get you so far when the underlying internet quality is failing students and families, either at home or in school buildings. The issue of massively upgrading our broadband systems in DC is key right now, in particular because we are at a key moment where millions of federal dollars and reimbursements are available to DC. This is the perfect kind of project to use stimulus dollars, large infrastructure investments to better connect DC students, teachers, and families for the future. Unfortunately, we are concerned because our read through of Octo's budget doesn't reveal plans to leverage federal funds to get higher speed broadband to those that need it. DEC has been discussing some of our research with Octo already, and our main proposals around this issue are attached with my testimony. They included everything from expanding the scope and quality of internet for all, to investing in pilots for public housing and key corridors in wards 7 and 8. For the sake of time, I won't go over all, but I'd like to focus on at least one particular proposal that hits close to home for me. All of our DCPS schools and a number of DC charter schools use DCNet, our DC-controlled internet service. This last year, thousands of new devices have gone out to students and teachers, and mostly those devices are using the home internet of everyone to function. We are very worried about the capacity of DCNet to handle the load of all these thousands of devices returning to school buildings this fall. I'm a former teacher at Roosevelt High School, and my experience there really illustrates this issue. When I first started, all the staff were issued a laptop to use, and we had 3 desktops about in each classroom. Students did not have any devices, but even as late as March 2020, before we went virtual for class, I, along with many other staff, would have internet issues. This was just with staff using the computers in the school on DCNet. There'd be many issues at times where the internet was unstable, and a lot of teachers would end up using their cell phones as hotspots to continue the lesson with videos and other interactive activities. It's great that schools are going 1-to-1 for devices, but I'm really concerned about the bandwidth issues, since I know that the networks had issues supporting just staff, let alone being able to support all the students coming back in with the devices. This summer, there's a fairly simple fix to this pressing issue. Octo can use federal funds to hire network architects to analyze every school using DCNet, conduct speed and capacity tests of the internet infrastructure there, and anticipating the influx of new devices, and then purchase the necessary upgrades to prepare the schools. Unfortunately, our read through of Octo's budget does not show that they have any plans for those school upgrades. As I mentioned before, we don't see any significant improvements in expanding broadband access more generally in Octo's proposed budget. The Digital Inclusion Initiative suggests some investment, but seems to focus more on devices rather than broadband expansion and access. We definitely shouldn't miss this opportunity to fund meaningful programs to get high quality internet to those that need it. And we're very worried that we are about to miss this moment. I thank you again for the time. And as I am reading this testimony on behalf of DEC's Digital Equity Committee, members of which could not be here today, I encourage any questions or follow-up to be directed to our committee's members whose contact info I will have listed on the submitted testimony. Our organization looks forward to conducting to work with Octo and help members of the DC Council join us in finding and funding solutions that will get students, families the high quality internet they need. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yvette Scorse.
Good afternoon, Chairperson White and other committee members present. My name is Yvette Scores, Communications Director at BiteBack, headquartered in DC. For 24 years, we've led the mission to provide a pathway of inclusive tech training that leads to living wage careers, and I'm also a Ward 6 resident. Today, technology has gone from nice to have to need to have. Being digitally literate helps residents safely access healthcare, government services, community resources, groceries, and careers. This also means that Octo's role in digital inclusion in the district is more important than ever. As we look for ways to move forward and build a more equitable community after the pandemic, we think Octo is key. In DC, 36,000 households don't have internet, and 16,288 don't have a computer. In addition, thousands of DC adults still aren't able to perform basic computer tasks, such as filling out online forms, emailing attachments, or Googling government information. In Wards 7 and 8, residents are disproportionately affected and in need of resources to close the digital divide and all of the gaps it causes. Thankfully, digital inclusion work isn't new for Octo. Between 2013 and 2019, Octo invested $956,000 in BiteBack's Pathway of Tech training, helping provide 941 DC residents with training in 94 classes, from tech fundamentals to industry-recognized certifications. BiteBack's Computer Foundations courses teach adults essential skills for living and for working, including using Zoom, navigating the internet, filling out web forms, and using Microsoft Office. Unfortunately, in FY21, Octo eliminated the whole budget of $678,000 for Connect DC, DC's primary digital inclusion initiative, and the key tech connection between residents and the government. It's time to reinvest in this program or Octo's newest initiative, Tech Together, to make a real impact in closing the digital divide. Cities like New York, San Antonio, Detroit, and Baltimore are recognizing this and have invested in digital inclusion. Thankfully, Mayor Bowser's proposed FY22 budget includes $26.9 million, which can be used to help the district overcome its digital divide. Today, we'd like to ask this committee to ensure that this large amount of funding include the following: $150,000 to fund a comprehensive research study on digital literacy levels of adults in DC, $200,000 for outreach and awareness campaigns to help connect DC residents with federal and local programs for affordable internet devices and training, and $1 million for digital literacy and tech training. Remaining funding for devices, affordable high-speed internet, tech support, and tech systems improvements. We know that Octo can't close the digital divide without funding to do it. Similarly, BiteBack can't make DC digitally literate without the support of agencies like Octo. We can't really advance technology and give district residents a fair shot if we continue to leave behind thousands in the digital divide. We look forward to continuing our collaboration with Octo and to building effective digital inclusion solutions together. Thank you for your attention today and ensuring that digital inclusion will be prioritized in the FY22 budget. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Bernadine Ramsey.
Good afternoon. How are you?
I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm good. I'm blessed. I can't complain. My name is Bernadine Ramsey. I am a BiteBack graduate. I completed my CompTIA IT Fundamentals in 2018, and I completed CompTIA A+ in 2021. I'm also a DC native, and I'm currently living in Ward 4. Before I enrolled in BiteBack, I had some prior experience working with technology. I had worked with various computer programs throughout my career in hospitality and restaurants industry and in administrative positions. I realized I learned things quickly and impressed myself with my abilities. When I shared this with my husband, he recommended me try to pursue a career in tech. I never thought I would work in technology, but the vastness of the field drew me in. I realized I could use my new tech skills within the hospitality industry or any other field. Studying at BiteBack helped me expand and grow in ways I haven't anticipated. After completing one course, I felt motivated to continue to take more classes and build on my skill set. I can't say enough about my instructors and the information they shared regarding technology and professionalism. My first course was with Introduction to IT, was made possible thanks to funding from Octo's Connect DC program. Today, in 2021, this funding is no longer in the budget, and because of this, I worry about how many residents are missing out on becoming computer literate and getting tech career training. I think that DC and the Office of the Chief Technology Officer in particular should make sure that our digital divide isn't growing and that more students like me have that opportunity. In the following budget year, Octo has the opportunity to restore funding to programs like BiteBack. They also will have funding that should be dedicated to helping residents get internet devices, training, and tech support. By BiteBack's programming is essential and important, and I hope it will be expanded. Many people I know in my neighborhood and across the region don't have access to computers or a consistent internet service. This is why we need digital equality. So all we have to do is have the access and the resources to help change our lives. BiteBack is one of the organizations in DC that help adults like me get to the next step in their lives. I am so grateful. I would not be where I am without them. And I thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Final public witness for this panel, Yvette Banfield.
Great. Good afternoon, Councilmember White.
Good afternoon.
So good afternoon, Councilmember White, or Chairperson White, and members of the Committee on Government Operations and Facilities. I'm Yvette Banfield, Vice President of Economic Development Policy at the Coalition for Nonprofit Housing and Economic Development. Before the pandemic, CNHED began focusing its lens on digital inclusion and how it is a barrier to economic mobility for low-income residents of the district. During the pandemic, CNHED partnered with BiteBack and stakeholders to host a virtual event, Digital Inclusion Now, a pathway to economic mobility for Black and Brown DC residents. This timely discussion informed our members and enabled us to explore actions that they can take to close the digital divide in the district. This event was a catalyst for the launch of CNHED's digital inclusion campaign to galvanize our member organizations and stakeholders to act. Unfortunately, the pandemic made more acute a problem always on the surface. During the height of and throughout the pandemic, we heard frustrating stories of residents signing up for unemployment benefits on their cell phones and the startling high number of families and households without reliable digital devices and reliable internet access. In the district, 36,460 households don't have internet access, and more than half of those households are in Ward 7 and 8. Despite the bleakness of our current reality, we are hopeful after seeing the investments presented in the mayor's FY 2022 budget to proactively address this issue. The question is, can we do more to ensure that low-income residents have access to high-speed internet, digital devices, and digital literacy training? CNHED is asking Council to support our FY 2020 budget recommendations that align with the mayor's. But we are asking also, we are proposing some specific recommendations. Commit 26 million for digital inclusion efforts through the Chief Office's Office of Officer's Office, the OCTO basically. Invest 150,000 to fund a comprehensive research study on digital literacy levels of adults in the district, and the use of how broadband access can also reach district residents. We need a comprehensive study that will actually dictate or be strategic in a way for the district to be able to use its resources effectively and leverage those resources. Invest 200,000 to build awareness and to connect district residents to FCC's emergency broadband benefits and other programs providing low cost and free internet devices. Commit $1 million for digital literacy and tech training, and invest the remaining funding for devices, affordable high-speed internet, and resident tech support. Let's ensure that the district's FY 2022 budget reflects the needs of thousands of low-income, unemployed, and unskilled residents that lack access to high-speed internet devices and digital literacy. Closing the digital divide is an essential path to eradicating the persistently high unemployment rate and poverty associated with low-wage jobs in the District of Columbia. In closing, I just want to thank you for this opportunity to testify and just make a plug for CNHED's campaign around closing the digital divide that we've launched last week. Thank you.
Thanks to everyone from this panel. Let me start with broadband accessibility. That's been one of my priorities as well. It was the main feature in the letter I sent to the mayor at the very beginning of the year, suggesting similar to what Ms. Feldmesser suggested, that this would be transformative. And frankly, to many of your testimonies, we're moving to a place where people just cannot operate without sufficient broadband. My wife and I both work from home. We have 2 kids. Luckily, only one of them needs the internet occasionally because my youngest is 2. But it's a struggle for so many people. And I do think that this is the type of transformative investment we should be making. I've had some conversations with our chief technology officer about this very issue, and we're going to be holding a hearing on universal broadband in September. But I look forward to pushing this issue forward, both with the council and with OCTO. One question for you, Ms. Melder. You mentioned in your testimony that we should expand outreach to families. But prior to that, you made a point which is accurate, that our internet speeds, our bandwidth isn't strong enough. So are you suggesting that there are families that still don't have access to internet?
I think one of the issues is that there's not an up-to-date assessment of the broadband issues in DC. When I was researching these past few months, there's just a lack of up-to-date information. And I know that in Councilmember Allen's proposed or introduced legislation, that's a key component of it, which I think would be really great to see what the needs are. And further, it's really important to note that there is disparate access east of the river. So I know that for people who do have access, because I work with a lot of parents who do have access, because at PAVE, we do a lot of online meetings. It's still not strong enough. A lot of them end up switching to their cell phones in the middle of meetings. So even for those who have access, it's just not sufficient enough.
Do you think, and anybody else on this panel, feel free to weigh in, it makes sense to survey so we have the information, but I mean, even the census, we've been doing the census for hundreds of years, and we still don't get full participation. So, I mean, would we be running a survey only to kind of come back with incomplete results?
I would say we won't have a turnout from every single resident of DC, but what we have now is really incomplete. And even the figures, like the broadband figures, there is some data out there, but as far as actually knowing the number of DC residents who need digital literacy training, for example, there's really not information in existence. And I think it's very hard to address and solve this problem if we don't know the full extent of it.
Okay.
I'd also like to add, when you think about the residents who are unemployed, there's not a standard, like we have the CASAS testing where we have to determine the reading levels of the residents going into training programs. There's not a way for us to also test the digital literacy skills of residents going into training programs. And so if that was something that was standardized, that would be also a way for us to gauge how people are, what their proficiency is, and possibly to embed training programs, digital literacy training programs all throughout the workforce training programs offered by district, by organizations, whether they be district funded or nonprofit organizations.
And Mr. Chair, Disabled Veteran, the Office of Veterans Affairs, District of Columbia, should be assisting all veterans across the board in terms of computer literacy, broadband expediency. It's not. It hasn't, it's not, and why have at taxpayers' expense that office when it's not fulfilling its mission to us veterans? We have need to connect with the outside world vis-a-vis internet, and we're not. And I'm relegated with one landline, plain and simple. Now, if I had a cell phone, I could connect worldwide, toll-free. But because I have a landline, Verizon Copper, which wants to do away with it, I'm relegated to DMV. I can't even connect with my doctor, sad but true. And what gives here? So that's something that needs really to be looked at closely and open up to all of us. And again, Office of Veterans Affairs that should be assisting veterans across the board with this weighty issue is not.
I appreciate that that point. With schools, I think it was Joshua Kiggins who mentioned that, and this may have been someone else, but I'm sure several people have thoughts on it. Given all the devices that were distributed to students, those devices are going to find their ways into the classrooms, and I think become a permanent part of learning. And so the question was raised: can DCNet handle all of these devices? That's, I think, one of several kind of questions that we have in front of us about how we modernize technology. Do you have thoughts? And I'll start with you, Joshua, on how we should go about developing a modern technology plan for our schools?
Yes, so that's what in the testimony is using some of the funds to hire like network analysts to be kind of like seeing if it's just the speed that the school's getting, the equipment at the schools, like the routers, that if they can handle that sort of speed and that many devices. Looking up hiring network analysts, architects to analyze every school using DCNet and just like seeing where each one is at to make sure that it can support all those devices coming in and being used. Because as I said, when I was teaching at Roosevelt, it was only staff that was on, and it could barely even handle just staff.
Yeah.
So,
well, I think that's one of several questions, right? So if we have all these devices, there has to be, for instance, somewhere to plug them in, to charge them. I'm sure there are a number of other things that just don't occur to me. And so my thought is that there needs to be a broader analysis about what our kind of technology plan should be for the next, say, 5 years. What I don't know is how we should develop that plan. I just wonder if anybody has thoughts on it. If not, feel free to circle back with us at any point.
Again, Mr. Chair, the Office of Veterans Affairs could be critical, crucial, and integral in not only reaching homebound disabled veterans, their family, and so on, to get accurate assessment on where we are at and what we are lacking. But again, because that office is derelict in doing what it's supposed to be doing, that data is not available. And a good number of veterans, as you may be aware, are homeless, all right? And so to bring them back, to make them productive members of the community in the technological age we're in would be win-win. But again, that Office of Veterans Affairs is simply not fulfilling, doing anything. And it's draining wasted taxpayers, funds, and that ought not be.
Thank you. Any other thoughts on a modern technology plan for schools?
Yeah, I did want to just make a quick comment. I know that United Planning Organization, like I said, has been doing some really great work in the community, especially during this pandemic, really getting folks connected, to have access to the internet. And I know they've been working with a number of schools for a number of years. I know they have the grandparents, working with really young children, programming that they put in place. And so, and then, just giving a thought to, as we, going back to what I was commenting on as far as the infrastructure for these new facilities that we're building for the homeless community, and hopefully we'll be able to get folks trained up, because one of the things I know, there's a number of my colleagues I work with, who are older, folks, and they also just need to be able to have that access, and a lot of them lack access to to that internet service, and being able to engage, and this time has really been highlighted. And I know, like, my own shortcomings, how I had to kind of struggle with trying to navigate through the new systems, the technology. And so, just, maybe if we can, build out some of the things that, UPO is doing specifically to getting folks access to that, especially like in the homeless community, along with the school system. So, and like I said, I know they're doing some great work. They really are. And I think the program they just started, as far as with working with, students and the meal programs is, and just starting, look at our young people early and on how they're actually their nutritious value in the foods that they're eating, because a lot of these practices are what's plaguing our community with a lot of these disorders that we're seeing, that we're experiencing as we grow older. So, yeah.
There's another thought too, Mr. Chair, and that is this. Ward 4 has one of the highest.
Mr. Syndrome, please. I do, to your point, Mr. Warren, what's not lost on me is, a lot of conversation about broadband access, internet access is with respect to students. Very, very much accurate to your point, and I think Ms. Ramsey's testimony was right on point. There's so many adults, whether they have to need it for work, for searching for work, for adult education, career programs. These are really important programs. On this point, Ms. Ramsey, did you participate in the Bite Back program for professional development or for personal development?
Professional.
Okay. And how does that work? Have you transitioned to a career in IT or technology?
Well, I'm waiting to take my test. I decided to take a little time off to really, it's 2 tests in one. So it's a lot of information to get, but I'm looking to transition. I'm taking the test a couple of weeks. I have 2 tests to take.
Okay.
So I've already taken IT fundamentals. I'm finishing up both A+.
Good.
So,
good luck.
But I wanted to give you an idea when it comes to trying to get. I thought maybe different organizations like Bite Back, UPO, Hope Project can all get together because we all deal with IT.
Yeah, yeah.
They can get together and think about a plan when it comes to broadband, when it comes to accessibility, when it comes to kids, when it comes to tech support, all of that stuff. With people who know IT, you have to get together and discuss those things, start a plan. And those are people who have those minds for the technology. So you have to get those people together in order to think of options, you know what I mean, in the long run. So
Yeah.
stuff like Hope Project, stuff like Bike Back, you know, we all deal with IT. So of course, if we get together, we all can think of plans to help schools, to help when it comes to tech support. 800 compared to one person for tech support, that's crazy.
Yeah. Yeah, there's
Those
no way.
numbers are crazy.
Yeah, and I've had this discussion with our chief technology officer as well.
That's right.
Yeah, it's a government issue. I mean, DCPS unfortunately takes the lead, and you know, Octo does what DCPS asks of them. And DCPS is not a technology agency.
Nope.
And we kind of see how that works or doesn't work. So
Maybe we need a technology agency.
Yeah, well, we do.
Because it's coming to that point. Everything is tech. Everything,
Yeah.
your phones, your computers, your tablets, all of that. We use this on a daily basis. Kids use it on a daily basis. They need it.
Yeah.
And that is important.
Let me do this. I do need to move to the next panel. Yvette Scores, I have a quick question for you, but I know you want to add something to this. My question is what's the current funding for Bite Back from DC? We discussed this at our February hearing, and I can't recall.
From Octo, it's 0. We used to have DC Public Library funding for digital literacy training. That also is gone, so that's at 0. We have a contract right now with DOES, which is about $200,000 for digital literacy training for unemployed adults, which is going well. But there's still a huge unmet need. We also have some funding from DHS, from SNAP ENT.
Okay.
Yeah. Can I comment again, just on the plan too? Just making sure that it's comprehensive and that it's not just about internet, because if we don't have all components of digital inclusion, it's not going to work. So if we have internet, devices, training, and that tech support, then we'll be in good shape. But if we just focus on one of those things, our stool is going to fall over. It's not going to solve the problem. And I think Octo has a good plan tucked together. It's just hasn't been funded, but it's a good start and brings together community members to like have that input and have that advice. So I think that's just something that needs to be funded in this budget.
I appreciate it.
I also, I just want to stress the importance of language accessibility in all the plans that Yvette just brought up. There's just been a consistent lack of having the rollout with language accessibility on websites be timed with the actual websites, and also just making sure that when we do have those support systems to receive support, that it's in all languages that families or households need.
Yeah, I that's right. I hear you on that. Let me just say before I conclude this panel, Mr. Warren, I did hear you on the CCNV and other facility issues that you mentioned, and I will look into those to see what's going on. It's important that all of our residents live with dignity, and I know that there are always frequently issues with these facilities, but I will look into those.
Is there not, Mr. Chair, a community service requirement in school for students? And my thought is to connect students with the older generation. I'm a bit older than you and most, and so the technological cybernetic age escapes us, and to navigate it with our youth, which are very savvy, I think it would be win-win. The older folk can weigh in with the wisdom, and then the youth can help with the computer technology accessibility, and that will fulfill the requirement for community service. Has that been broached by you, your committee? I know over here, Ward 4, Fraser O'Leary, he's at the forefront doing things of this nature, and that would be, again, win-win. I do want to conclude with the Office of Administrative Hearings, the rule 2836.
Mr. Syndrome, you can't continue your testimony right now. I'm going to wrap up this panel, and I want to thank everybody on this panel for being with us today. It really does help us move our agencies forward. As we do need to push on this issue about really modernizing, creating a more modern plan, technology plan for our schools. And so I hope to work with you all on this. So thank you all again for your testimony and for being with us today. We're going to move to our final panel of public witnesses and advisory neighborhood commissioners. Starting with Tyrone Hanley, Corey Stewart, Chuck Elkins, and Dorothy Douglas. There we are. Tyrone Hanley, you can begin when you're ready.
Thank you, Council Member. My bad. Dear Chairperson White, committee members, and staff, my name is Tyrone Hanley. I have the honor of serving as the president of GLA, which is an organization dedicated to fighting for LGBTQ rights in the district. GLA is a proud member of the LGBTQ+ Budget Coalition and the coalition working to improve conditions at the Office of Human Rights. Today, I'm testifying in support of funding for OHR. Last year, the council took a significant step in ensuring OHR is better equipped to meet its mission by reversing the mayor's budget cuts and adding critical positions at the agency. While there is more work to be done, we are confident that we will eventually get OHR to where it needs to be. We also want to take this time to appreciate the efforts of OHR staff who, like many of us, had to continue to work in the middle of a global crisis. This year, the mayor proposed to add $350,000 to OHR's budget, partially with the support of American Rescue Plan funding to help end the agency's case backlog and to conduct an independent assessment of OHR's case review timelines. She also included $108,000 to support the requirements of the Care for LGBTQ Seniors and Seniors with HIV Amendment Act. GLA supports these investments. However, the mayor did propose to cut one FTE from legal services. This position must be restored. In addition to these funding priorities, GLA believes additional funding is needed to provide OHR with the necessary staffing to fulfill its mission. We specifically call on the council to fund 2 more enforcement managers, which would enable OHR to expand its enforcement teams from 3 to 5. Increasing the numbers of enforcement managers would allow for charges and letters of determination to be reviewed quicker and increase the agency's capacity to train and provide feedback for staff, which would better provide a better service to complainants. 3 additional investigators, including 1 to work with the mediation team to focus on parties such as businesses, which are resistant to participating in OHR's process. 2 additional attorney advisors, in addition to restoring the 1 legal services FTE that was cut. Attorney advisors finalize letters of determination and handle appeals, among other duties. And 1 new mediator for housing cases to ensure OHR can meet its deadlines for its contracts with HUD. Untimely case closures prohibit OHR from being reimbursed from the federal government. We believe these investments will help ensure cases are settled on a timely basis. Without adequate staffing at each level of the investigation phase, OHR will continue to experience case backlogs. Given the public support by members of this committee for funding OHR, I'm confident that we can include these funding priorities in the fiscal year 22 budget. I look forward to taking any questions you may have and working with each of you to improve OHR. Thank you and happy Pride.
Thank you. Happy Pride. I had to take off my Pride shirt, so I was appropriate for a hearing. Wonderful to have you. Our next public witness, Corey Stewart.
Good afternoon, Chairman White and members of the committee. My name is Corey Stewart, and I am the Public Affairs Manager at Planned Parenthood of Metropolitan Washington, D.C., or PPMW. PPMW is the oldest and largest provider of sexual and reproductive health care in the Metro DC area. It's been providing care to our community for over 80 years. PPMW is also a member of the LGBTQ+ Budget Coalition and the coalition advocating to improve conditions at the Office of Human Rights, or OHR. And thank you, Chairman White, for the opportunity to testify at today's hearing on OHR's fiscal year 22 budget. Last year, the DC Council passed the Strengthening Reproductive Health Protections Amendment Act. In addition to codifying the right to make reproductive health decisions without government interference into DC law for the first time, this law established important non-discrimination and employment protections for reproductive health providers, a duty which was charged to OHR. In particular, many abortion providers serve in that capacity on a part-time basis or in addition to other employment and require protection from their primary employers, discouraging or punishing them from providing, seeking training for, or speaking out in support of safe and legal abortion care. We were glad to see the council funded this measure to begin implementation last year, and that the mayor's proposed FY22 budget includes sufficient funding for OHR to continue implementation. On behalf of PPMW, we request that this funding be maintained throughout the budget process. We were also pleased to see sufficient funding in the mayor's proposed budget to support the requirements of the Care for LGBTQ Seniors and Seniors with HIV Amendment Act, as well as funding to end the existing case backlog, which I know a number of witnesses have discussed today. Please also ensure that this funding remains in place to implement this law and eliminate the current backlog of cases. While we're very happy to see these items funded and these investments made, we do believe that OHR requires additional investment to carry out its mission and ensure that another bottleneck and resulting backlog is not created after this one-time funding from this current proposed budget is spent. To that end, in alignment with the OHR Coalition and the request that Mr. Hanley just mentioned, PPMW believes that OHR should be provided with additional funding for 2 additional enforcement managers, 2 additional attorney advisors, 3 additional investigators, including one who can focus on locating parties who investigators have had difficulty receiving response from, and 1 additional mediator for housing cases. The attorney advisors who sign off on letters of determination and enforcement managers who oversee cases on a day-to-day basis are important to avoid OHR experiencing a bottleneck in letters of determination reviews as the office expands with additional investigators. The additional investigators would help to ensure a workable caseload moving forward so that OHR is equipped to continue doing its important work on behalf of the DC community. Thank you again for the opportunity to testify today.
Thank you very much for your testimony, and Commissioner Chuck Elkins. Are you on mute, sir?
How many times does that happen? Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. It's good to see you again. I'm here on behalf of the entire ANC 3D Commission and its 10 commissioners. I'm happy to say that I have never had to appeal an agency's decision against me to the Office of Administrative Appeals, so I do not have any firsthand knowledge of the agency. However, I have heard about OAH from and its performance record from some of the district agencies which it serves. And I have no reason to think that OAH isn't doing the best it can with the resources it has, but that may not be enough. In preparing for this testimony, I was reminded of an experience I had way back in the 6th grade. I was on my elementary school football team playing the position of right guard, and the quarterback called a play where it was my job to open up a hole in the other team's defensive line so that the quarterback could run right through that hole. And I executed the play exactly, opened up that hole, and here came the quarterback. And I was feeling pretty good, playing at the top of my game, I thought. But all of a sudden, I found myself lying on the ground as the quarterback went running past, scoring a first down. So when I went back to the huddle, the quarterback said to me, "Charles, I'm sorry I had to give you a shove, but you were just in the way." So I learned something from that 70 years ago. When you're on a team and you're playing your best, that may not be good enough. Sometimes you just need to up your game or get out of the way. Otherwise, you can drag the whole team down. And by analogy, then, OAH is a vital part of the district's team of agencies. But even when it's doing its best, it can, with the resources it has, it is dragging down the overall agency effort and needs to up its game. And that's what I'm here to talk about today. Let me give you a hypothetical example of the impact of OAH's performance on one of DCRA's key programs. This example isn't much different from what we read about this morning in the Washington Post about the tenants of Marbury Plaza. Let's assume that a tenant finds that the roof of his apartment building is leaking and sending water into his apartment. He notifies DCRA. DCRA inspects the property, issues a notice of infraction, and fines the landlord. Sounds good so far, doesn't it? But the landlord doesn't want to spend $9,000 and that it would cost him to fix the roof for all of his tenants, so he decides to appeal. OAH receives the appeal and approximately 1 year later issues a ruling that the landlord should pay the fine. One would think this would fix the tenant's problem. But OAH doesn't collect the fine, that's somebody else's job, and does not have the authority to order the landlord to fix the roof. The roof remains unrepaired. The tenant continues to live in substandard housing. Maybe the roof eventually gets fixed, or maybe it doesn't. And we see that in Marbury Plaza today. The landlord appealed, and these appeals are still pending at OAH. And we see from the article in the Washington Post this morning that the very serious impacts that these simple delays can have on the lives of the tenants whom DCRA is trying to help. Now, OAH is not the only source of this sorry state of affairs by any means. There is plenty of blame to go around. But OAH's inability to process the appeal in a short period of time leaves the tenant's problem unabated for a very long period of time. As they say, justice delayed is justice denied. All this is bad enough, but an equally important negative impact of OAH's slow performance is the discouraging impact it has on an agency's overall enforcement action. When I have suggested additional enforcement initiatives to DCRA that they undertake to bring about a greater degree of compliance with its regulations, and there's a lot of need for that, I've been told that they are reluctant to do so because it would only result in more appeals to OAH and not result in much greater compliance because violators would take advantage of the long appeal process. And as we know, time is money in the business world. Now, if you fear that I may be painting too dire a picture of how OAH's performance affects its client agencies, you may want to have some of an off-the-record candid discussion with some of the directors of these agencies. So I'm here today to ask this council committee to stand up for OAH's real clients, that is, the agencies and departments that depend on OAH, and to fix that, increase OAH's budget so as to allow the agency to up its game by cutting its backlog by at least half, if not more. OAH should set its KPI goal to fully adjudicate cases with a final order within 6 months. If this committee wants to do a big favor for the many district agencies that depend on OAH and the people they serve, please give OAH the resources it needs to do its job quickly and efficiently. Thank you.
Thank you all for your testimonies. Not a ton of questions because your testimonies are very clear. What I would say with respect to OHR, obviously we still have some ways to go in getting a handle on backlogs, both with OHR and OAH. The resources, obviously the council put significant resources into OHR last fiscal year because of the hiring freeze and many other complications during the pandemic. I think even most of those positions are not yet filled. So I think it would be a steep hill to try to add more positions, although I was happy that the mayor included funding for some projects to help OHR get a handle on the timelines and the backlog. Um, I think what we'll find after all the positions are in place, and OHR has worked through a strategy, I think we'll have a clearer understanding then of case timelines and what additional needs there may be. So I'm not saying there won't be additional FTEs or employees at OHR. I'm just saying that that'll be a steep hill to climb, but we'll examine that with the agency, with the director. Like you mentioned, Corey Stewart, I too was very happy about the funding for care for LGBTQ seniors as well, and the mayor's budget proposal. So I'm pretty certain that money won't get touched. We worked very hard in past years to get this money before, so I don't think that'll get touched. The Commissioner Elkins, the one of the things I'm going to be discussing with OAH today is how they intend to get a hold of their case backlog. They do have some new FTEs proposed in the mayor's budget proposals, but they also have a number of vacancies, it seems. So I need to kind of better understand what is going on there. They have more vacancies for administrative judges than the number of additional judges. So I think that's going to be a key component. But I also do think getting more specificity on timelines and where they expect to go, where we should expect them to go in terms of how long it takes to move cases out of the agency. So please.
I think that would be very helpful, Mr. Chairman. I guess the question that I hope you are going to ask is, even if they add, if they fill those positions and if they add the new ones that the mayor has suggested, which is good, what does that really do to their backlog? I fear, based on their performance, that it doesn't make a big enough impact for the agencies that they're really trying to serve. And so I only ask that we keep in mind what our objective here is, and it really, a year to go through to get a decision is really just too long.
That's right. That's unreasonable. And I'm with you on what the goal is. The goal is not add new people. The goal is to reduce the timeline. And then the question is, what do we need to do to get there? Yeah. Absolutely. Before I wrap up this panel, is there anything else anyone needs to add? All right. Well, I want to thank you all for being with us, for being engaged in these issues. Certainly, it is a team effort between the agencies, the council, and the public, and really moving our agencies where we need them to be. So thank you all for being part of this process. That concludes our public witnesses. So we are going to move to our agencies. What we will do is we will take a 10-minute recess before we move to the agencies. And when we resume at 2:45, we will be joined by Director Palacio from the Office on Human Rights. So we are in recess for 10 minutes. We are resumed. Thanks everyone for your patience. Our first government witness today is Director Palacio from the Office of Human Rights, and we will give her a moment to get queued up. Welcome, Director Palacio. Will anyone else from your team be joining you?
We do have our budget officer, Adrena Dean.
Okay.
And I have my general counsel, Nin Kine, on standby. But I think Ms. Dean is the official second panelist.
Okay. Well, I would ask her to join just as we swear in. We can swear you both in at the same time. We're working to get her in.
I see her name. That's hopeful.
There we go.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am here.
Oh, wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Well, it is the practice of this committee to put our government witnesses under oath. So I would ask that you both raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you are about to provide to the Committee on Government Operations and Facilities is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Yes, I do.
Thank you very much. And Director Palacio, you can begin your testimony when you're ready.
Thank you, and good afternoon, Chairperson White, committee members, and staff of the Committee on Government Operations. I am Monica Palacio, the Director of the DC Office of Human Rights, and I appreciate the opportunity to testify before you today. For fiscal year 22, the mayor's proposed budget for OHR is $10.2 million and is comprised of approximately $8 million in local appropriated funds, $405,000 in federal funds, and $1.8 million in private and intra-district funds. These funds support the mission of the Office of Human Rights and its 9 critical units, which together function to eradicate discrimination, increase equal opportunity, and protect human rights in our city. Pursuant to the District of Columbia Human Rights Act, OHR works to achieve this mission in the areas of employment, housing, education, places of public accommodation, and access to government services. In addition to the DC Human Rights Act, OHR enforces provisions of 9 other statutes and has work sharing agreements with the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission, the EEOC, and the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, HUD, to investigate claims filed under Titles 7 and 8 of the Civil Rights Act of 1964, the Age Discrimination in Employment Act, and the Americans with Disabilities Act. The mayor's proposed fiscal year 22 budget authorizes funding for a total of 74 FTEs, full-time positions, including 7 positions for agency management programs, 3 positions for the Commission on Human Rights, and 64 full-time positions for the Equal Justice Program. These programs consist of intake, mediation, investigations, legal, outreach, education, language access oversight, bullying prevention, and street harassment prevention. From fiscal year 20 to fiscal year 21, OHR saw an almost 50% increase in the agency's budget. And these additional resources have been vital for the agency, given our growth in enforcement responsibilities and equity programs now over several years. This level of increased funding, which is sustained in our fiscal 22 year budget, is very important for OHR to serve the residents of the district and to help us achieve key restructuring and infrastructure improvement goals that were set in place now over 3 years ago. Central to our goal of increasing speed and efficiency at the intake and investigation stages of our work has been the hiring of new investigators and increasing staff levels on our enforcement teams. Since my return to the agency in January of this year, we've hired and onboarded 4 full-time investigators, as well as identified 6 new candidates who will receive offers this month. We have also hired and onboarded one new full-time attorney and identified very strong attorney advisor candidates for 2 vacancies we hope to onboard no later than July. Additionally, since the end of March, 7 contractors have been brought on to assist the enforcement teams with case reviews and case closures. Vital to our infrastructure improvement goals has been the design and launch of what we call the DC Rights Tracker, a new and more robust case management system. I am pleased to report our team met the goal of launching this new system now 2 weeks ago. Last but not least, as our entire agency returns to the workplace next month, we will begin occupying the agency's much needed expanded office space at 655 15th Street. This again was a project that we initiated over 3 years ago. In terms of case closures, I'm pleased to report that our enforcement teams have closed 200 cases to date during fiscal year 21. These 200 closures represent an estimated 25% reduction in OHR's case backlog. Our teams are on track to close an additional 100 cases by the end of September 2021. Overall, I'm very confident that these ongoing investments in staffing and our case processing systems will continue to increase our capacity to meet the needs of all district residents. In conclusion, Mr. Chairman, while the last 16 months have been filled with unprecedented challenges, we are now at a key turning point as our city reopens and as district government offices welcome back their teams to their work sites, and as schools, businesses, and communities again flourish. This is also a key turning point for the DC Office of Human Rights, and a sustained investment in the agency will ensure that we continue to realize our mission. I am very proud of the talented and dedicated staff, and together we stand ready to serve residents as well as visitors to the district in the months and years to come. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today, and I look forward to answering your questions at this time.
Thank you very much, Director Palacio. Let us jump right in. The mayor's proposed revised budget would rescind $263,155 from your FY21 local funds budget. Where's that money coming from?
I'm going to turn to Adrena Dean, our budget officer, and she can explain.
Okay.
My apologies, my mouse decided not to work. I'm here.
Good timing for that mouse. No problem.
So what was your specific question again? You said 263?
Yes, yeah, in the FY21 revised budget, there was roughly $263,000 that was rescinded, but not clear what that was for.
For FY21?
Yes.
And where did the funds come from, you were asking?
Yes.
Yeah, I believe all funds that are added in FY21 are going to be local funds. There may be a small piece from opera, but I don't have the breakdown right in front of me.
Okay, well, these were rescinded. So the mayor took these out of the budget, and I'm trying to figure out from where this is in the local budget, but where in the agency this came from.
Okay, so I think it would be helpful if you can point me to where you're looking as far as that reduction.
Okay, give me a moment. It's in my notes, and I didn't write down where it's pulled from. So give me one moment. Let me come.
Was your amount 213?
So this is the this is in the 2021 Local Revised Budget Act. Trying to give you a little more specification than that. I'll come back to that.
Oh, so I do know, and I can tell you this, that there were some vacancy savings for reduction in FY21. So I'm pretty sure that amount is all vacancy savings for this fiscal year.
Okay, so my mistake, I had a typo. This may have been the confusion. Not 263, $463. So this is from page 4 of the 21 Local Revised Budget Act.
Right. So all reductions done in OHR for FY21 were all vacancy savings.
Okay. Thank you. And you have a $525,000 investment in the proposed budget to hire 2 more ALJs and 2 law clerks. I think you mentioned this in your testimony as well. Will these positions, Director, be for any particular cluster?
So, Mr. Chairman, back in March, we discussed 1 vacancy that was an administrative law judge vacancy, and that is currently being posted for people to apply. There were not two ALJ positions.
I'm so sorry that I have notes all over my screen.
No problem.
I apologize. There we go.
But you're correct. We have 1 vacancy that is an administrative law judge.
Okay. All right, there we go. So, Director, Ms. Dean, too many things going on, too many agencies today. So you and your team obviously have been working hard to move cases through the enforcement division to address the backlog, and you spoke a lot about this during your testimony. So it seems like this process is moving well. I don't quite know what clip you were moving cases before, but looking at what you mentioned in your testimony, 200 cases closed to date in FY21. How does that compare roughly to last year?
Well, last year was quite an unusual year, so I don't have I can get you numbers comparing year-to-date performance. But everything after January and February of last year, I was not with the agency. I can go back and do some more analysis there. But I will tell you, it was a strikingly different year for the agency because all services went online, and we also had some additional barriers in getting parties to cases to be available and participate in the process. So I think in terms of numbers year to date, we're not too far off, given that it was just at the beginning of the pandemic in March and April last year. But we did see a slowdown in early FY21 in terms of the ability to get parties to participate and move to close cases.
And how many current cases have been open for more than 3 years?
I have that number. Just give me 1 second. Open for more than 3 years. So the number I have here is 73.
73. Okay. All right. Let me do this before I move to a different area. Let me recognize my colleague, Councilmember Christina Henderson, and then I will come to Councilmember Pinto. Councilmember Henderson, when you're ready.
Oh, my bad. Sorry, I missed the first part of what you said. I thought it was Councilmember Pinto's turn. Give me a moment. Good afternoon, Director Pelosi. I'll say that now.
Good afternoon.
Okay. All right. I wanted to start with asking you about the Bullying Prevention Oversight Office. I see that they are losing an FTE in this upcoming year. The office currently has 2 FTEs, and the proposed budget would reduce that to 1. Can you tell us if the position that's being eliminated is currently filled, or is that a vacancy?
From my understanding, there's only ever been 1 FTE dedicated to the youth bullying prevention program. We have had a number of fellows and interns come through. That 1 FTE is still vacant.
Okay. I thought that last year the council enhanced the FY21 budget and added.
Not that I'm aware, no.
Okay, so the position is, so the one that is losing, would that completely be the office that's gone?
There is not a reduction in that program. Let me double check with my budget officer, Adrena Dean. I don't see a reduction at all in youth bullying prevention. I do think the position salary might have been adjusted, but Adrena, can you speak to that?
Yes, so Ms. Henderson is correct. In the FY21 approved budget, there were 2 FTEs. They may have been actually duplicate, Monica, because they both had the same title. So I think one is just changing to another and was probably just reallocated out to another activity.
Okay.
But there were in fact 2 in your FY21 approved budget and now reduced back to the appropriate 1 in the FY22 proposed.
Okay, well, I was not aware of that position. But now we have 1 FTE that we're trying to fill.
Okay, so do you anticipate this position being filled before the start of school year 21-22? I just anticipate that we're going to see a lot in the coming school year. Not in terms of bullying. I'm not putting that out into the universe, but I just feel like we're going to see a lot of school climate related issues in the next school year, and we want to make sure that this person is on board by then.
I couldn't agree more. We have posted the position and we are currently working with DCHR because we've hit some roadblocks in filling the position.
Okay. In the budget books that we have, OHR is also adding, it says 3.2 FTEs to the investigations division. I'm curious because I know we've talked about this before, that you guys were planning. Well, let me start with this. I think in the performance oversight hearing, you discussed that you were going to do like a reorg of the organization. Was that reflected in this budget? Excuse me. Or was it just like a reorg in terms of management? So not necessarily moving people from division to division.
That's correct. It was not moving people from division to division. And the reorganization is a process, again, started about 2 years ago when we saw the agencies, enforcement areas expanding and growing. So we realized instead of having 1 team through which cases were funneled from intake into investigations, we set up 3 separate teams and we've been staffing those teams. So that reorganization does not represent a change of staffing from one program to another.
Okay. So the 3 new FTEs that are showing in the investigations division, is this to address the backlog issues or is this for something else?
So I'm not saying 3 new FTEs.
Monica, it's really the same thing. They are new positions. And I do believe they probably were elsewhere in the FY21 budget, but correctly aligned with the FY22 proposed. Because they are, when I look, they are EOS positions. So they should have been in in that investigations activity.
So they may have been realigned then. So we're not, from our point of view though, we're not adding an additional 3 FTEs. They've just been
Okay,
correct.
So the one-time enhancement that you guys are receiving, the $100,000 for the the $150,000 in ARPA funds to support reducing the case backlog, you won't be hiring any new people with that money, or?
Well, those do not create additional PS funding. It's funding that can be used for contractors or temporary hires. So
we're going to be contracting some people?
Absolutely. That's what those funds are going to be dedicated for.
Okay. Okay.
So, well, part of the funding is to do a kind of what I'm calling an industry standards study to align better with similar agencies and organizations and how they're doing the work, and to explore mechanisms for expediting case processing, such as a fact-finding conference, which is something we've wanted to do for many years, but haven't had the bandwidth to do. So part of the money is for this industry standard study. Part of the money will be for hiring contractors. Yes.
Is that going to be external? Like you have to hire, you're going to contract a vendor?
Yes.
Okay. In terms of the contracting out for the backlog, are these investigators? Because I think that when we talked to the performance oversight hearing, you talked about like the process, right? When someone submits a complaint, you need an investigator to look into it. And then, and then it kind of goes from there in terms of the mediation piece, et cetera. So I'm curious how you're going to prioritize that 150 towards the logjam points in the system.
Right. So in my testimony, I talked about 7 contractors that we'd hired since April of this year. What we do is we bring in individuals with substantive training and depth of expertise in writing and closing cases, so that agency staff are still very much in charge of the intake and mediation process. But once that case is investigated, we bring in people who have the talent to help expedite the closure of the case, so that our team can continue moving the cases that are waiting in the pipeline.
Okay. So you've already hired the 7 new contractors. So is this 150 to continue with those folks, or are you going to hire additional people on top of it?
It depends. We'll have to reassess where we are in September.
Okay.
And then see if those contractors are the best fit to continue, or if we need other types of support. So a contractor who works in investigations would not be the same as a contractor who works in the Office of General Counsel, assisting with case review and closure. So it just depends on what the needs will be in the next 3 to 4 months.
Okay. And my final question is around the technology piece. So I noticed that there's an increase in $100,000 in terms of information technology, but no FTEs. So I'm curious if this 100,000 is going to support a case processing system, or is there something else that the IT dollars needed to be used for?
Right. Those IT dollars are continued support for the case processing system. So the case management system is now in its 1.0 development stage. So it's up and running. We're using it. It's very strong in terms of being the building blocks of what we need. It doesn't have all the dashboards, reporting, and case management, tools yet. So we're going to continue investing in that system to make sure it's, much, much faster and better aligned to what we need as we evolve. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember Henderson. Councilmember Pinto. And if you have a statement, certainly I'll allow you some extra time, Councilmember Pinto.
Well, thank you very much, Chairman White. It's been a day of hearing hopping, so I appreciate that. And great to see you, Director Palacio. Thank you so much for your leadership. I'm thrilled, as I mentioned, I've been in and out, but to participate today in these hearings for the Office of Human Rights, the Office of Chief Technology Officer, Office of Administrative Hearings, and Office of Community Affairs and Partnerships and Grant Service. And I'm grateful for your team and your efforts work. Everyone in our city has a right to feel safe and respected. And I know that the work you do every day helps protect the people who live and work in DC from discrimination, and is really key as we work to build a more just and equitable city. And so I'm hopeful we can spend a few minutes today talking about how we're going to reduce the backlog of cases that needs to be addressed quickly. I'm happy to see that we provide investigative and support services to those who come forward with a complaint, but we know that these services must be met with increased urgency. I also want to hear about how OHR is planning to fully implement the Bella Evangelista and Tony Hunter Panic Defense Prohibition and Hate Crimes Response Amendment Act of 2020, This is a piece of legislation that was far overdue and needed to ensure that no one can use the excuse of being threatened by someone's sexual orientation or gender identity to justify assault in the court of law. Passing this legislation was only half the battle, and now we need to make sure that it is fully funded and that you all have the resources you need to protect our neighbors. So if we can start, Director Palacio, around the backlog of cases, what is your strategy to decrease this backlog? I know that you're using $150,000 of the ARPA funding to decrease the backlog, but I don't see an additional FTE in the line item of the budget. So what is this funding going to be used for in particular, and what is your strategy there?
Thank you, Councilmember Pinto. So basically the funding, as I was mentioning a little bit earlier, when we can get this one-time infusion of funding, we use it to close cases at the stage after it's been fully investigated. So those contractors bring in the talent and the bandwidth to assist our managers in reviewing case files and writing what we call letters of determination and closing that case so that the rest of the team can continue working on the cases that are still moving through intake and investigations. That's the short-term strategy. Longer term, what I've done at the agency to address the backlog is to look at where we have experienced bottlenecks. And those bottlenecks traditionally have been in intake and in the investigations process, because these cases are often very complex. So we need whatever time it takes to speak to witnesses, review documentation, gather evidence, and then complete the case file in order to write the full letter of determination. So the longer term strategy has been to go from having one enforcement team to having three, so that cases are moving simultaneously once they come out of mediation. So that's really been the longer term strategy to address the backlog. But OHR has grown so dramatically over the last 4 or 5 years that we've had to staff up and quickly restructure so that cases would not be sitting waiting to move through that one channel of intake and investigations.
Okay, and so with the model of one channel, did the current FTEs have to wait until something was resolved before moving on to the next one?
No, but what would happen is that cases might take a certain amount of time to go through intake and go through mediation. So they cannot move to investigation until they've completed the first 2 or 3 steps of the process. And what we saw was that we had one manager and one general counsel reviewing all the cases. So with the new model, we have 3 managers, and we have additional staffing in the Office of General Counsel with 1 attorney advisor assigned to each team to keep the review process moving quickly and not bottlenecking either at the beginning or in the later stages of case completion.
I see. Okay. And when will that model of 3 tracks be implemented?
Well, we have currently onboarded 4 investigators, and now we have made offers officially as of today to 6 new investigators. Once those 6 join OHR, we will have fully staffed that 3-team model.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you.
So for the Bella Evangelista and Tony Hunter Panic Defense Prohibition and Hate Crimes Response Amendment Act of 2020 that I mentioned, do you have funding that you need under this proposed budget to implement that act?
Well, in looking at the language in the statute, the Bella Evangelista and Tony Hunter Act, the only impact it had directly on the Office of Human Rights was changing the definition of a place of public accommodation, I believe. It did not amend or change our jurisdiction or the types of cases that we would investigate.
Okay, and in terms of the public accommodation definition, then is it your reading of the law that if an individual came forward with a complaint experiencing with a complaint that somebody had utilized this defense, that there would be any way for your office to get involved?
So I'm currently texting with my general counsel. Again, we are not involved with the ability of someone to use that defense. The way the statute is worded, it changes the definition, but I'm waiting to get some language. I don't know if we want to have my general counsel join to speak to the direct language in the statute. It doesn't affect the types of cases we would receive or how we would investigate them.
Okay. Okay, thank you. We can circle back on that. Can you clarify the $563,046 in savings in FY21? Is this savings from vacancies for positions that were funded last year? And if so, how long have those positions been vacant, and how long do you expect for it to take to fill those positions?
So I'll start, and then I'll ask Adrena Dean, our budget expert, to chime in. So basically, my understanding is the large majority of those funds are vacancy savings. Now there are two buckets of positions that OHR received in FY21. 10 of the positions were through intra-district funds under the Universal Paid Leave Act. And we have not been allowed to fill most of those positions because of the pandemic, we haven't received the level of cases that everyone anticipated under Universal Paid Leave. So that is one bucket of positions that we have not filled and technically cannot fill because those positions can only work on Universal Paid Leave cases. In terms of other vacancies, because we did have 20 plus other vacancies, and now we've filled almost 18 of those, and it's taken quite some time this fiscal year to fill those positions, the vacancy savings came from there. And I'll ask Adrena Dean to add anything in if I've left anything out.
Nothing to add for me, Monica. You're 100% correct. Actually, all of the 100% of your savings in FY21 is all vacancy savings.
Okay, thank you very much. And what positions are specifically those 15 vacant seats that are highlighted? I know you just mentioned some of them were Universal Paid Leave. Are there other positions included?
Yes, so the positions for which we haven't made offers or we haven't identified candidates as of yet are 3 positions under the Tip Wage Workers Fairness Act, because we are currently hiring a manager to stand up the program and help identify the staff they want to have on their team. 1 administrative law judge, which has been posted or is currently being posted, the youth bullying prevention manager, which has not yet been filled, and the public affairs specialist. So we have a number of positions that have not yet been filled. But we do have almost, I believe, 11 offers currently pending to individuals to fill the other vacancies.
Okay, thank you so much. So just to follow back up on the panic defense bill, the information about the funding came from the fiscal impact statement of the bill itself, and it talked about the expansion of the definition of the public space accommodation that you mentioned, estimated to increase the number of inquiries and complaints that OHR received for review and investigation. And the FIS had reported that OHR stated that you require an additional specialist and attorney in order to manage the increase of that activity, and that staff would cost $230,000 in fiscal year 21 and $925,000 over the 4-year financial plan, as well as a one-time administrative funding for additional resources and outreach, $11,000 for last year and $26,000 over the 4-year plan. So that's the concern, is if OHR believed in the FIS that they needed additional funding to adequately implement this bill, but that funding was not included in the proposal, where does that leave us? Do you no longer think you need additional funding, or do we need that funding to hire additional specialists?
Okay, so my general counsel, Nin Kine, her last name is Khaing, is standing by on Zoom. I think because I wasn't here last year, I'm not able to really dig into the details. We do still need the funding, which is a short answer, but Nin is going to join and help better explain the impact of the language in the statute and OHR's work.
Okay, well, thank you so much. And Councilor White, go ahead. I can't see a timer, but I imagine I'm running out.
You have run out, Councilmember Pinto, but I was appreciating the line of questioning. I'm going to let you finish this line of questioning, but let me just swear in. I'm sorry. Is it Kine?
Yes, Ms. Kine.
Do you, if I would ask that you raise your right hand, do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you are about to provide to the Committee on Government Operations and Facilities is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairman and Councilwoman Pinto. To respond to your inquiry earlier, and I'm not sure if the inquiry is still the same, but as Director Palacio put it, the entirety of the bill relates more to the Anti-Bias Related Crime Act, giving the Attorney General expanded authority, and also to limit the scope of defenses in bias-related crimes as it relates to gender stereotypes and sexual orientation and that sort of thing. And so it would not have a direct impact on OHR with respect to those amendments. However, as you mentioned, there was the piece that amended the definition of place of public accommodation under the Human Rights Act, which expanded that definition to include entities that were not necessarily brick and mortar, that were outside, that were online, and that sort of things. So to that end, we are still in need of funding in order to effectively enforce that particular provision. I hope that clarified it. Happy to answer any additional questions you might have, Councilmember Pinto.
No, it does. I appreciate it. And it's an important act, and important to make sure that it's adequately funded so we can make sure our community has the protection that they need. So thank you, Ms. Kine, and thank you very much, Chairman White, for your graciousness.
No problem. Thank you, Councilmember Pinto. Director Palacio, one of the proposed enhancements in your budget is $100,000 that is for an independent assessment of case processing timelines. I took this as a reference to your concern that the statutory deadlines for mediations, service of charges, letters of determination, and commission hearings is maybe out of line with reality. Is that right, that this is going to look into kind of that aspect?
Yes, Chairman White. So we want to better understand what other agencies that are similarly situated to OHR are doing, how long it takes them to conduct intake, mediation, and then fully investigate a case, so that we can align our timelines with the time that's really needed, and we can better manage the expectations of our customers, so that when we say 30 days, we know this actually will take 30 days or less. So we want to get an outside entity to do an independent study and say, actually, this set of activities and case processing might take longer, or it could be shorter if you adopted these changes or these practices. So we're very open to looking at what other comparable agencies are doing, and seeing, what our recommendations might be to the council and to the mayor to better, again, meet the expectations set out for us in the statute and the regs, and also recommend any changes based on what we learn.
Okay. Along with those recommendations or ahead of them, I hope you'll share with us the assessment and information. I think it would be incredibly informative.
Thank you. Yes, I'm sure we'll make it available.
Thank you. The proposed budget also includes $100,000 for enhancement of case backlog reduction initiatives. Did I hear your discussion with Councilmember Henderson correctly, that this is essentially a contractor who's assisting? Is that right?
Well, yeah, it doesn't represent an additional FTE for the agency. I think that was part of her question. So yes, these funds are normally not spent on one contractor, but on a team of 3 to 6 contractors who can assist each enforcement manager in closing cases. Because what I don't want to do is direct my team to stop everything and focus on the oldest cases, because then the newer cases become backlogged and aged. So we want to keep all trains running and make sure that we invest these dollars in the late stage cases, so those get closed and everyone gets the service and attention they need.
Okay. So with you're contracting people to, I mean, they're helping to close cases. That's what they're doing.
Yes, these are individuals who have experience in EEO investigations,
Okay.
or who may have employment law experience, former litigators who deeply understand the work of OHR and can hit the ground running and help write those letters of determination and close the cases.
Okay. And how far does $100,000 get you with this effort? That's not a ton of money.
Right. So my best calculations are that a part-time contractor can close roughly 1 case per week, 4 cases per month. So if you have, for example, 3 contractors closing at least 36 cases a month, then over a 10-month period, you can really, really have an impact. But again, every case is different, and not every case, there's no cookie cutter model. So some cases take more work and more writing and more attention. Some cases are less complicated, and we can move those cases more quickly.
Okay. And I want to make sure we're not, so there's also a $150,000 enhancement to handle the surge in cases. What will that be spent on? Or is the $150,000 for the contractors?
Yes. So as I look at the numbers in the budget book, and Adrina, maybe you have something different. Yes, any funds that are assigned as a one-time backlog reduction initiatives, those are for contractors to assist in case closures. I'm looking at 100,000 here, but you mentioned 150.
Right. So there are 2 different enhancements, Monica. One for 100K and the other for 150K, both dealing with cases. The 150, I think, is to assist with the possible increase in cases that you will be getting as an estimate based off of the pandemic.
Okay.
Right. I'm sorry. I missed that. It was right underneath it under the ARPA. That's right. So our concern, council member, is that coming out of the pandemic, as so many people return to work and return to public spaces and to restaurants and businesses, that we have seen a kind of a plateau in the filing of cases, and that we'll see a surge. So as we move into the next fiscal year, that additional funding is meant to ensure that we keep pace, and those dollars would again be spent on contractors. Now, one of the wonderful byproducts of investing in contractors and bringing them on to work with us is that many times, if a vacancy becomes available, we have an individual now who's currently working on cases, who is up to speed on all our case processing procedure and can apply and compete for a position for which they're really, really well trained and qualified already. One of the challenges at OHR is when we are recruiting individuals who have never worked with the agency, we do have to spend a full 3 months training them to be ready to jump in and carry a full caseload.
Okay. And I know this gets a little confusing because all the numbers are so similar. So we are talking just now about the $100,000 and $150,000 in the proposed FY22 budget. In the revised FY21 budget, there is a request for $100,000 for the same purpose, to handle a surge in cases. So this is this is same philosophy for the contractors to assist with the surge in cases.
That's correct, Mr. Chairman. We've already, some of those 7 contractors are already joining OHR through the use of some of those funds.
Okay. Okay. So have you seen a surge yet? Why is there a need to hire some of these folks now?
Well, I wouldn't use the surge right now. I'm thinking of a surge now looking forward as schools reopen, businesses reopen, and employees return from virtual to more face-to-face contact. The money being spent right now is to address the backlog that I think we've all been concerned about now for 3+ years. So that's where the funds in FY21 are being used.
Okay. And some of the folks with this $100,000 enhancement in the revised budget, so some of these folks have been hired already, the contractors?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. All right. I don't know how to square that because it hasn't been authorized yet. We're seeing this in a couple agencies where there are things I'm seeing in the revised budget that are being requested for the council to fund, but the money has been spent already. I'm not quite sure how that works, but it's not exclusive to your agency. With the case management system, we spoke about that in our oversight hearing back in February. Are you still on track for deployment of that by August 1st?
Actually, it was launched June 4th.
Okay.
So
great.
we are ahead of schedule and we're already testing it and using it across the agency.
Great. I imagine it's too early to draw any conclusions.
So far, so good, but we'll see. Yes.
Okay. That's great. I was very happy to see the $107,000, a little more than $107,000 in the budgeted for the care of LGBTQ seniors and seniors with HIV. I understand that the fiscal impact of this budget is to hire an EEO specialist, an equal opportunity specialist, to review long-term care facility compliance with the LGBTQ and HIV long-term care Bill of Rights and biannual training certifications. When do you expect to onboard the new employee?
Well, based on the fact that the funds won't be appropriated until October 1st, we'll probably start recruiting and actively recruiting for the candidate in October.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
That's great. And I think this was discussed earlier, that the mayor's proposal would keep the program FTE count at 0 and cut almost $50,000 from this is for, I'm sorry, for language access. The FTE count would remain at 0, but $50,000 is being cut from the program's operating budget. What is this? What's the impact of this?
Well, language access is a challenging enforcement area because it has never received any FTE funding and very rarely has received money for testing or any of the other services associated with language access. So it's basically been unfunded since the passage of the statute in 2004. I may have missed this reduction because I had a chart here with all the funding for the last 9 years. But Adrina, would you be able to speak to this reduction? A $50,000 reduction in language access?
Yes, I think that, Monica, and I was looking for my notes, actually. I knew that it was getting ready to revert back to me. I think these reductions are all on the NPS side. there was roughly about 40K that was reduced. I think there was money in the budget for the ANCs.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes.
Yes, for the ANC.
That's correct. That is a completely separate statute, Councilmember White. So that funding, that's correct, was passed by the council 2 years ago to provide funds to ANCs who need interpreters and language access services.
Right.
So those funds pass through OHR. There is one FTE, an administrative FTE, that's placed here so that ANCs can request a refund or reimbursement for any language access expenses. So I think what's happened is because of all the changes the last 16 months in the world, those funds weren't expended at the rate that everyone thought they would be. So I think that's why you see that reduction in the ANC funds.
Okay. Yeah, I think that is correct, Monica. And then the other 10K was on the grant side. There was a $10,000 reduction in contracts just to support language access, but I'm not sure if there was something specific that was reduced. But the majority was related to the ANC.
Do you either of you happen to know how much, if any, money is left in the ANC program budget?
We would have to look into any reimbursements made to date this year and get back to you with that exact figure.
Okay. The concern here is as we do open back up and as the office of the ANC begins to kind of push out more information on its program, I think we will see an increased need. And I just want to make sure we do have some funding there.
Yes, sorry, Councilman, there's $165,000 for FY22. And we can certainly keep track of how quickly those funds are expended and let you know.
Okay, thank you. I know when a couple months ago, when we spoke, you were planning to resume Know Your Rights trainings with a focus on wards 5, 7, and 8. There was a proposed reduction in your budget of the public education budget by $679,000. How will this affect your ability to do that training?
Well, I will ask Adrena to pull up the exact reduction to talk about it. But thankfully, because we have been able to continue presentations and trainings virtually, I mean, there was a gap in our ability to have more contact with many local organizations in wards 5, 7, 8. But the last 3 months, we have been able to join ANC meetings and do presentations in those wards. We've also been able to conduct our traditional human rights liaison trainings virtually for those that like to join. And many times we've prioritized inviting and reaching out to organizations that are based in wards 5, 7, and 8. So that work has continued. I'd have to ask Adrena to talk about the $600,000. I don't know if some of that is UPL funding, because we don't normally have such a high amount in our outreach and public education funds. So Adrena, do you know where those are?
Yes, my apologies. I'm working from left to right from my 2 monitors, so I have to get my mouse straight. So the majority of those funds are the removal of the one-time cost from FY21. There was $370K in one-time costs that were removed. And there's also what's the majority? There was a little over 200K, actually close to 300K, that was reallocated out to other PCAs within the agency. I think some of it moved to 1040. That's where your case management system was originally funded, and then it was rightfully moved to IT. So that explains 100K of that. And then some of the money was moved to for housing testing in 2050. So there was a reduction. The majority of it was your one-time funded cost that's automatically removed from your recurring budget. And then there was just some reallocations within the agency. With one of the main ones being moving your maintenance for your case management system to IT.
Okay. Director, do you think, will the agency still be able to undertake the Know Your Rights trainings, and particularly making more traction in wards 5, 7, and 8?
Well, we certainly welcome additional funding and support to be able to, we often bring in contractors to reach local businesses and to reach local community-based organizations and fellows. So we welcome any additional funding for community outreach and public education. The Know Your Rights trainings take different forms. So when we are able to go out and be in neighborhoods and visit local businesses, we certainly could use the help to do more training. But the virtual option, I think, for some people has made it more accessible. So we're going to continue to do both. I don't have concerns that we can't continue the trainings, but when we get additional resources in terms of PS or NPS funding, it enables us to bring on more people to help us do those trainings.
Okay. You did have some questions about how hiring is going. It's clearly moving along. Do you have an idea of when you will have filled all the FTEs that were added in the last fiscal year? I know that the paid family leave FTEs are a little bit different.
Right. So we are not filling all but one of the universal paid leave positions. We currently have 12 offers out to individuals. Fingers crossed. Obviously, people make decisions, based on salary and how quickly they can give notice in their current positions. But I'm still confident that of the 7 vacancies that we have open, fully open now, we can fill all of them by the end of September. So we're moving as quickly as possible with DCHR to fill all of them.
Okay. Can you send the committee an updated Schedule A?
Yes, absolutely.
If you would include the position titles, position numbers, salary, and fringe.
For the vacancies?
With the
For the
Schedule A.
entire Schedule A. Okay. Yes, we can do that.
Thank you. There's a cut of 1 FTE from the legal services division and 1 FTE from the performance management team in your central office. At the end of March, you mentioned that adding administrative staff, including to the Office of the General Counsel, would be helpful to improve workflow. So what will be the impact of the reduction in your central management budget?
Right. So functionally, I know that the budget book has a lot of detail that's very important, but functionally we have an increase in our total FTE count. So I'm not really sure, unless Adrina can explain it, why we're seeing, we are not reducing a legal services position. So I'm not sure why it's showing up that way, but Adrina will certainly be better at explaining it.
Okay.
Right. So again, it's just moving positions where I think Michelle Garcia thought that they should have been when we were doing formulation. I do see for performance management, there was an investigative position that was moved out of 1090. For some reason, it was in 1090 and moved rightfully to 2030. So it's those type of changes. And then what was the other activity?
So there was a 1 FTE from the legal services division, 1 from the
legal services. Right. So there was 1 FTE, EOS position that moved from legal services to investigations.
Okay. Okay. And how many enforcement managers will you have leading teams of investigators next year?
Currently, we have 3, and next year we will have 3.
Okay. And how many cases will each investigator have once you adjust staffing?
Well, there are a lot of variables. So once it depends on the cases coming in the door. So if we have an influx of housing cases, we have housing investigators that are dedicated to those cases. The majority of cases are employment cases. So it just depends. Our goal is to get the cases down to 30 to 40 per investigator. Right now, they've been way too high. So depending on the incoming cases, and once we're fully staffed, I think we'll be closer to the 30 to 40 range.
Okay. And as you've seen from public witness testimony at our hearings this year, there's a large community of civil rights practitioners and social justice organizations that have recommendations for the agency. Do you meet with them or have plans to kind of convene maybe periodic working groups?
I was contacted by Tyrone Hanley about my availability to meet with the group and entertain and discuss problem solving strategies. And I told him I would be available. Just let me know in advance so I can be there.
Wonderful, wonderful. Well, Director Palacio, to you and your team, I want to thank you all very much for being here, for the work that you all are doing. Certainly lots of moving pieces in the agency. So we look forward to working with you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Have a great day.
Thank you, too.
Thank you.
Thanks. All right, we will move to our next government witness, Lindsay Parker, Chief Technology Officer in the Office of the Chief Technology Officer. Chief Parker, welcome. Good to have you with us today.
Hi, Councilmember. I'm wonderful. How are you doing?
Doing well, thank you. Doing well. Well, welcome. As you, I guess I should ask first. Do you anticipate that anyone else from your team will be testifying today?
So I'm joined by our Chief of Staff, Carol Harrison,
right,
and our Deputy Chief of Staff, Tayseen Farouk, and our Budget Director, Phil Pang.
Wonderful. Well, I would ask everybody to join at the outset so that we can swear in all of our government witnesses together.
Terrific.
We are, I think, waiting for Ms. Farouk.
She is in there as well.
Why do I not see her?
Phil, you gotta mute.
Okay. Is she able to turn her camera on?
Yep, asking her right now.
Thank you very much. All right, well, as you all probably know, we have the practice of swearing in all of our government witnesses today, so welcome to you all. I would ask that you raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you are about to provide to the Committee on Government Operations and Facilities is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
I do.
Thank you all very much. Chief Parker, you can begin your testimony when you're ready.
Terrific. Thank you so much. Well, good afternoon, Chairman White, members of the Committee on Government Operations, staff, and members of the public. I'm Lindsay Parker. I'm the Chief Technology Officer for DC government. And as I try to do in every hearing that I'm fortunate to be a part of, I would like to start off by just thanking the team at Octo. We have been through a pretty wild ride over the past 15 months, and I can't say enough about how the team has come together, stepped up, and really just dedicated hours and hours of time to making sure that we were able to support all that DC government needed to do to make sure that we were saving lives of DC residents going through the previous 15 years, or 15 months. So I do want to just say thank you right off the top. I'm joined today by the Office of the Chief Technology Officer, Chief of Staff, Carol Harrison, our OCTO Deputy Chief of Staff, Tayseen Farouk, and Agency Fiscal Officer, Phil Pang, assigned by the Chief Financial Officer to OCTO to testify on behalf of Mayor Muriel Bowser's proposed fiscal year 2022 Fair Shot budget and financial plan for the agency. Mayor Bowser has prepared a budget that really prioritizes Washington, D.C.'s equitable recovery and growth, an investment that will bring about a true fair shot for Washingtonians to build back better from the last unprecedented 15 months. And as Mayor Bowser said, this budget honors the sacrifices of our residents during COVID-19 by setting up our community for a strong recovery. The mayor's investments in technology recognize the lessons learned over the past year and the need for the team at OCTO to work alongside our partners, agencies' IT teams, their operations staff, and industry partners to make the changes necessary to better collaborate internally in order for constituents to receive more effective services going forward. And so as we prepared our budget ask for this coming fiscal year, we found it was worth thinking about some of the things that we learned throughout the pandemic. Interestingly, most of the following lessons learned that I'm going to share with you today really relate to the changing relationship between IT teams that we've kind of known in the past and the agency operations teams that are actually operating the services that we come to expect from government. Lesson one, strategic sourcing works. And this is a conversation that council member we've had in the past. Centrally procuring some of our technology tools, whether those are services or devices, it really allows for better pricing, in fact, and gives our industry partners better assurances as they work to rebuild their own supply chains going forward. Working with CIOs and agency operations teams to better understand device needs during the pandemic led to over $5 million in savings, as I shared during my performance hearing. The mayor's budget invests in 2 additional staff members to help double down really on our strategic sourcing successes alongside the IT Investment Review Board, whose FY22 recommendations are reflected actually throughout the budget in various agency budgets. We had this year, we considered well over 30 different technology enhancements. And I'm happy to say that in fact, 31 of the 34 are reflected in the mayor's budget, which is a tremendous sort of kudos to that group of people that are CIOs from across the government that came together to make those decisions. And we'll only get better as we keep going. So lesson number 2, managing our cyber risk really takes all of us working together. The misconception that only OCTO's 22-member cybersecurity team is responsible for managing cyber risk for our more than 100,000 users on our network, on our enterprise, that misconception is slowly shrinking, which is great. We are all in this together, though. Agency directors are learning more about the fact that they can't simply say that they're not technical and shirk responsibility for using or buying a technology solution that increases our network's risk of a cyber attack. As soon as we hop on our computers in the morning, DC government network users all make decisions, all of us make decisions that impact how our data is used, how it's stored, and therefore how it's protected. The mayor's budget makes an $8 million additional investment in mitigating our cyber risk. Lesson number 3, and this is it's a tongue twister, but the Amazonization expectations of government tech is real. We recognize that constituents expect online government services to work like Amazon overnight, despite the security, reliability, and accessibility hurdles involved in building government technology solutions. It's a challenge. There used to be at least a 5 to 10 year grace period between when consumer technology solutions, which are oftentimes out of the box, not accessible, not secure, not reliable, that 5 to 10 year grace period was expected to be picked up by government. So we had like a 5-year to 10-year grace period before we needed to implement. That lag was sometimes due to a number of things: resource challenges, outdated regulations and audit practices, and also just getting staff ready to utilize that new way of working. But also because the additional cycles, right, including testing of that new technology and making sure that the new tool was accessible, was secure, was reliable, so as not to derail trust in government. It's one thing if Amazon goes down for a day and you can't buy that, new picture that looks really cool and you want to put it on the middle of your table. It's a completely different thing when a government technology goes down. The mayor's $4 million investment in our new digital services team is going to really help shorten those cycles and build more user-focused solutions, changing the way that all of us interact with our local government. And it's exciting to be a part of the team that's going to make that happen. I've said that to my team. I continue to say that to anybody that will talk to me. This is the time. The time is now. If you ever have thought about working for local government, this is the moment to get involved, because a lot is happening, a lot is changing, and it's worth being a part of it. Lesson number 4. Government business processes can really use a refresh. And in fact, you just heard my fellow director, Director Palacio, talking about just doing just that. We do a lot of things in life and at work because we've always done it that way, right? It's time to review why we do the things we do and the way we do them, and figure out if we can not only simplify those processes, but as a result, simplify things for our constituents too, right? This will obviously be a massive impact as we try to reopen and get back to kind of this new normal. This preparation also helps get to a great end product faster when an agency is interested in automating that process. And it helps minimize the information that we need to collect from constituents. It helps minimize the information that we need to save about constituents. And therefore, we're able to more easily prioritize what needs to be kept secure. So again, the mayor's $4 million investment in our new digital services team is really going to help agencies re-engineer, re-envision, rethink more effective business processes going forward, before simply adding a new technology solution. And finally, lesson number 5. Even the most successful tech companies don't have complete end-to-end government tech solutions. We spoke about this a bit at our hearing on the vaccination application earlier this year, but people and some tech companies assume that it's easy to spin up a custom developed government application for the public. In truth, there are nuances about the way that DC constituents expect the government to work, and understanding those nuances and integrating with existing tools that we have within our enterprise to build better solutions is paramount. And this can't be accomplished without a strong partnership with an internal IT team. And so really the takeaway that we've all talked about ad nauseum here at Octo from these lessons learned is that government IT shops are really needed as best practice brokers when it comes to government tech. While it's easy to suggest that an off-the-shelf solution be procured to automate a straightforward process at the very last minute, and believe me, we had a lot of those throughout the pandemic, the truth is government IT teams play a critical role in helping off-the-shelf or externally developed solutions and even internally built solutions meet and exceed expectations. Agencies that were able to understand this during the pandemic thrived. Other agencies that made some missteps are beginning to understand how they need to work differently and really bring IT and the IT team to the table early on, not as a last-minute afterthought. In fact, we know this is true because Octo is seeing a growing number of new project requests and more agencies asking us for guidance than, in my opinion, ever before. This growing interest in tech solutions while we recover from the pandemic has really pushed our team at Octo to think about the way we work, to find ways to do more with less, particularly as we work to formulate the budget in front of you. I'm looking at a few different things that are going to allow us to do just that. The strategic plan we built 2 years ago remains relevant. which is exciting. And we'll continue to work to meet our mission that we laid out in that plan, which is to empower DC government through technology by providing valued services, advising agencies, and collaboratively governing IT. So when it comes to that valued service delivery, we actually have a process improvement team here that's been helping our DCNet team in the past and is now dedicated to driving process improvements and performance metrics for actually all of Octo. So really kind of making sure that we're working as one. In regards to advising agencies, we have actually realigned Octo quite recently in the way our customers expect us to be organized. So instead of multiple different silos that agencies have to go work with in order to get a project kind of end-to-end solved involving the Octo teams, we now have sort of 3 operation silos at Octo: a traditional IT operations shop that includes our infrastructure, our core infrastructure, our servers, and our network operations center. And then a place to go for our customers to find new solutions and new ways of working. And that's our digital services arm, which brings our web team together with our data team and our development application team. And then lastly, of course, a continued focus on cyber risk mitigation by our security team. And then lastly, in that mission, we talked about governing IT. And we talked about collaboratively governing IT. We recently published new central IT policies for the first time in more than a decade to provide more thoughtful governance to the enterprise at large, based on continued discussions with agency CIOs and IT leads. And we'll continue to kind of keep that up and continue to update those policies going forward. And you can find them online. I should have included the link in the testimony, but we'll make sure that we get that to everyone as well. And so all of that, our reflections on lessons learned, our new ways of working inside of Octo has really allowed us to be more prepared for budget prep conversations than I believe ever before. We've essentially had to rethink our budget at least 3 times over the past year alone, which is why our local FY22 budget is approximately 2% less than the FY21 budget you approved. While there are a number of increases and decreases in our local budget lines, and we can go all through table 4 if that's exciting, but these moves can primarily be attributed to working to transparently align our budget with the reality of operations. So the greatest increases, I think, that are most interesting in our intra-district funding lines, for instance, are as a result of this quest to make the budget easier to understand, with our annual DCPS and Department of Healthcare Finance MOUs now reflected in the budget instead of negotiated outside. The greatest decreases to our budget are in our contracting lines, as this is truly the only discretionary part of our budget anymore. Other lines are required to pay for the rising costs of the tech solutions that we purchase for the city at large, and would require more than a year to unwind and or find a replacement solution. So the new projects we work on in FY22, paid for by agencies or the new capital projects that are approved, will help ensure that the contractors that we rely on day in and day out can continue helping produce the high quality solutions and outcomes that agencies have come to expect from Octo. So what's the most exciting kind of part of our budget is really those federal investments. So the major investments in the Octo budget are due to the American Rescue Plan Act. President Biden recently said, and he was talking about voting rights, but I think it can relate to all the things that we're thinking about here. We must find the courage to change the things we know we can change. And we know that we have a massive opportunity in front of us to show that these one-time injections of cash can have major returns. So as we work to change government service delivery for the better going forward, we're really going to be thoughtful about how we utilize those federal funds and come back and show that the return on investment is there. So these investments align with the mayor's focus on recovery, equity, and growth. And so we'll dive into them quite quickly. When it comes to recovery, our focus is going to be on the resiliency of our critical network services and our cyber risk mitigation. This focus builds DC's resilience to both catastrophic shocks and the chronic stresses in order to ensure that DC thrives in the face of change, which is upon us. This includes the ability to withstand any natural or man-made challenges, including the growing risk of ransomware that threaten the globe and our city. So an $8 million investment in our cybersecurity capital project will allow for the replacement of critical network applications that are end of life and end of support, including 3 service aggregation routers and 21 provider edge routers that make up the core of our network infrastructure. So it's a truly important investment in making sure that we're managing that cyber risk. When it comes to equity, we recognize that decades of structural and institutional racial bias has created persistent racial inequalities across a wide range of indicators of opportunity. Race should no longer be an accurate predictor of wealth, achievement, or health in DC. The mayor's Fair Shot budget accelerates and makes explicit efforts to eliminate racial disparities. And we're going to continue to build a more inclusive and responsive government that establishes a robust feedback loop between engagement and decision-making to deliver more equitable outcomes for all DC residents. And that's why it made me so happy to hear the previous folks that were testifying in front of you, council member, because there has been a dialogue in regards to digital inclusion, and we're going to keep that up. So what we heard in that dialogue regards to equity from across the country and in focused conversations with community members in DC, the COVID-19 pandemic served to further amplify the need to address the digital divide in Washington. We saw this divide impact students learning from home, seniors navigating social isolation, residents training and applying for new jobs, families accessing resources, and others seeking medical attention remotely. During the pandemic, Mayor Bowser launched the Tech Together DC initiative. You can find more information about that at techtogether.dc.gov, bringing public, private, nonprofit sectors together to work together to use the momentum of the moment to address the digital divide in the district through increasing access to service, increasing access to internet-enabled devices and IT support, demystifying technology through awareness, training, and access to opportunities, and finally, increasing the technology savviness within DC government. The mayor's FY22 budget will build on this work, investing $26.5 million by expanding device access through providing laptops and tablets to over 38,000 DC households, including seniors, returning citizens, families in TANF and SNAP programs, adults in workforce training programs, and residents experiencing housing insecurity or living in temporary shelters. And in addition, that $26.5 million does some of those proposals that the previous folks were testifying about, provides free support and training for residents to help navigate these new devices, working alongside some of the CBOs that you talked with earlier. An additional federal funding pool for infrastructure, including for broadband solutions, is expected in the coming weeks. And we're going to look to that funding pool to invest in an innovative approach to solve for internet access. We've talked about it a few times, council member, but we've seen some sort of great promise with citizen broadband radio service in other jurisdictions as a way to provide access, which, in my opinion, is a right, not necessarily a utility. And so we're going to look to see how we can do that here in Washington with that additional pot of federal money that we're just waiting to hear how they're going to allow us to use it. So closing the digital divide means an equitable fair shot to opening up access for all residents to previously inaccessible opportunities online, including those career and education pathways, telehealth options, connections to friends and family. We know that availability, affordability, and relevance are the top reasons unconnected residents don't have in-home internet or that computing device. For undocumented residents, it's identification requirements, fears of immigration enforcement, and reluctance pose additional barriers. So this investment will directly benefit these households by removing a number of those barriers. And then lastly, in terms of growth and thinking about the city as we move forward and we build back better, Mayor Bowser launched the DC Digital Services Initiative to focus on making government services easier for people to access going forward. In her budget, the mayor is investing $5.2 million in this user-focused approach, bringing subject matter experts, project managers, data scientists, developers, user experience designers together to improve those business processes, support the systems and staff capabilities to lessen the burden on residents and businesses in accessing government services, not just adding technology on top of technology for fun, right? The DC Digital Services team will utilize user-centric design methodologies to create easy-to-use systems and will actively solicit feedback from all stakeholders in a continuous way. Making government services easier to access and more secure, starting with a business portal, is going to help serve to boost our economic engines as we build back better and grow, including our minority-owned small businesses. This initiative supports the Bowser administration's long-term equitable and good government goals as well, continuously improving the way DC government functions and delivers services to residents, businesses, and visitors. So COVID-19 is radically accelerating our digital future. And I'm really proud to say that Okta remains ready to unleash what's possible for DC government as we move forward. And I'm happy to take any questions at this time.
Thank you very much. Let me start with a couple questions from public witnesses regarding Okta. Obviously, there was some discussion about support for technology for our students and schools. One of the questions was with regard to tech support for students, parents, and teachers. How does Okta plan to issue tech support in next school year?
Sure. I think the best way to think about that is sort of where we've been and talk a little bit about what we've learned. So we know that at the beginning of COVID, we'd already had about 18,000 new Eli devices that were bought and purchased and distributed to students throughout. We went away for a summer and came back, and there was an additional, let's call it 20,000 devices in phase 2. And we've got 13,000 devices waiting in the wings to be deployed. So that's, and then another 6,400 devices for their iPads for pre-K 3 and pre-K 4. So that's about 57,000 devices for our 54,000 students, right? So we're starting next school year, we're gonna be in that sort of one-to-one realm, no question. We've learned a lot along the way. So when we started, we had techs that would that would rotate. They'd hit about 4 schools a week in order to support tech needs. And I think actually one of the folks that testified earlier talked about that ratio. There used to be, I forgot to include, about 32,000 legacy devices that were pre-Eli that are also in schools. So we're way over numbers that I'm interested in counting, but almost like 90,000 devices, right? If we get all the Eli devices deployed and we keep some of those legacy devices online. What we've been encouraging DCPS to do is make sure that we're surplusing some of those old devices so that we're just focused on these new Eli devices. By making sure that we're looking at just 1 or 2 different models of computers, that's gonna help make our tech support even more efficient. We're going to be able to handle things on the phone in a more efficient way if it's only 1 or 2 models that we're looking at, as opposed to the 90 some odd models that we used to have to support. And as a result, so we used to, one tech would roam around to 4 different schools. During COVID, we changed that model slightly because we knew that we had some schools that had 20 devices that need to be reimaged quickly. So we actually pulled together teams of 4 to 5 techs that would then go school by school in a pre-scheduled order. We found that actually was super helpful. Having 4 hands out of school at the same time, you could kind of quickly get through fixing anything that was on site that needed to be fixed. And so we're gonna continue to work with DCPS over the summer, and you see in our budget that there's an additional spend, about $5 million that is going to help increase the number of folks that are actually supporting DCPS from, I think it's about approximately 50 to 80 techs to support schools next year. And we're going to work to make sure that we have thought about those lessons learned, recognize some of the things that went right, recognize some of the things that went wrong, so that we've got an even better model for the next school year.
Okay, so there'll be more people helping with tech, fewer different types of devices, and we believe that'll kind of streamline the issue. So parents, I mean, I think that their biggest concern is if we have an issue, will we be able to reach someone on the phone?
Yeah, and so we still have our contact center that has been up since the first week of school, that when we returned after the summer. And in fact, I've got all the numbers in front of me. We were just talking about the truth is, during the day, over the course of actually, I have it in too many different places, but we've answered a lot of calls. So I think the number, if I remember correctly, is around 13,000, and we'll make sure that we get you some more specifics around that. But the interesting thing that we found is not a lot of people are calling at night. So we're going to try to sort of de-scope some of the attention that we have on night calls, and we'll continue to help support a call center going forward.
Okay. The other. What's that?
So yes, there will be a place to call.
The other question was whether DCNet can handle this expansion of devices. We're going, next school year is going to look drastically different in terms of the number of devices being used inside schools. So can DCNet handle this?
So I think the short answer is yes. Prior to the pandemic, I think actually in 2018, all schools had at least 1 gig connections. And DCNet, the DCNet team had worked over the years to make that happen. So we touch a certain number of schools where we give a network refresh each year based on DGS, DCPS, and Octo consulting and sort of working together to map that out. And so everybody now has 1 gig connections. We know that prior to COVID, at sort of the peak usage time, which was traditionally around standardized testing weeks, we know that maybe fifth of that bandwidth was actually utilized. And so even if we're adding 2 times as many devices, 3 times as many devices, we're still okay. We also know that every single class isn't going to be online every single minute of every single day. Thank goodness, right? We don't have to do that next year because we're going to be back in class in person. And so we believe that the connections that we have at schools today will be satisfactory to meet the requirements needed for school next year. Now, that said, we heard from the Roosevelt High School teacher that's now with DEC, who talked about connectivity issues. So one of the benefits, right, you got to look for some of those silver linings that we've seen over the past 15 months is we've been able to get the IT leads from schools together on a call once a week. It's called Tech Tip Thursdays. And we have learned a lot from them. I think they've learned a lot from each other as well, some shared lessons learned and some sort of tips for each other. But one of the things that we've been saying to all of them is we don't know that there's a problem unless you tell us. And so I asked the team, when I heard about that Roosevelt teacher, I asked the team to look at what calls we'd gotten from Roosevelt, basically before we went into remote world. And we don't have a lot. So hearing that from the teacher today was a little surprising, but we're going to drill down. The advice that I have for anybody that's in school that has a connectivity issue is to really make sure that your tech point of contact at the school understands that you've got that issue. Secondly, that tech POC is going to then open a ticket with us to let us know, hey, we've got a connectivity issue. Based on that, we'll investigate. We know that we've found a few different things. Sometimes people have a personal device that they're bringing to school. That's the teacher, that's the student, and they're trying to get on to whatever program they want to get onto, and they're not using, they're using the DCPS guest network. They're not using the DCPS mesh. They're not signing in with their username and password. They're just using a guest network, and that guest network has a number of protections in place. A lot of blacklisted sites that DCPS has chosen to blacklist, so that students can't just go off and watch Netflix during the middle of the day. And so sometimes we find that that's the issue, and we work to help make sure that the teacher or the student can get to what they need to. Sometimes we find that there is an application or a hardware issue, particularly when it comes to an older school device, right? Those were those 90 plus different types of devices that we used to have to support. Some of those things wouldn't connect when we upgraded the networks. That was unfortunate. Eli devices won't have that same problem, which is exciting. Also, sometimes we find that there is an access point that goes down, and that's just sort of normal, right? We're going to have a continual refresh of our network. Every year, we refresh different classrooms. We find something that's not working. We immediately send a crew out to make sure that we're replacing an access point and restoring connectivity. So, technology is not perfect, and no one ever said it was, but we're going to continue to, we only can do what we know about. And so one thing that I want to do is make sure that people are constantly letting us know.
Well, I think one of the recommendations from one of our witnesses was for OCTO to do an assessment of all of our schools to understand what the bandwidth is and whether it is where we need it to be, where we, including you, expect it to be. Is that something that's necessary? Is that something you do?
So that assessment actually just happens in real time. In fact, our network is primarily a Cisco network. Cisco has a dashboarding tool, essentially called Cisco Prime, that allows us to see every single classroom, every single access point that we've got in every single school. We've given DCPS IT the ability to look into that system. So they also, when they hear about a connectivity issue, they can go in and see, hey, is there anything down or wrong at Roosevelt, for instance, and easily kind of report back. What we're doing now, based on some of this dialogue, but also some feedback that we've received during Tech Tip Thursdays, is looking to see if we can give the tech leads at each school individual access to that system, so they too can see what's going on at their school and the connectivity there.
Okay. In your testimony, looking at the slide on spending of the $26.5 million, you mentioned that some of this funding is includes funding for broadband solutions, and some aspect of this is expected in the coming weeks. Is there more detail you can give on this?
Yeah, sorry if that was confusing, I apologize. No, so 26.5 million is the federal funding that's actually in the budget that you have in front of you. That is slated for devices. It's slated for training and support for those devices to go home for residents across the city. What I was talking about there was the access part. You're right, we need to make sure that we're solving for access, and there is some additional federal dollars that Treasury is releasing that they still have to sort of tell us how we're able to use them, that we would like to use to solve for the access challenge.
Okay, thank you for that clarity. And so I took a photo of the slide so I would remember what was on it. So within this digital inclusion, $26.5 million, what specifically are we doing for children aging out of the foster care system?
Sure. So we have worked, and when I say we, I mean the team at OCTO has done a tremendous job corralling different agency requests and really thinking through needs. So we've worked with CFSA, the Children and Family Services Agency, to think about 5,000 tablets, 500 smartphones for 18-year-olds, right? Children aging out of the foster care system. And so that's the level of detail that kind of we've gone into with each agency that we've worked with.
All right, I want to look at the fiscal year. We'll continue looking at the fiscal year 21 budget. The mayor has asked us, and then, sorry, it gets a little confusing because we're jumping around between the proposed 22 budget and the revised 21 budget. So with the revised fiscal year 21 budget, the mayor's asked us to approve roughly $3.5 million for, quote, non-FEMA public assistance eligible COVID response costs, end quote. What is that money for?
So I guess I'm not looking at the supplemental writ large. I'm looking at our section, which is sort of a 2.6, or it's actually a 2.9 total change. I see. Okay, great. So you're looking at some of the public assistance reimbursements. So we utilized the sort of COVID-19 response funding this year to pay for some of those devices that I talked about that we centrally procured. And so whether it was, what's a good example? How many devices in total? I should know that off the top of my head, but I don't. 3,000, almost a little over 3,000 devices that were procured centrally. But we also did things like expand call center support. So we had about 6 different call centers from across the city that needed to make sure that that the call center takers could do so remotely. And so doing so, we moved those call centers onto an Amazon Connect system, and paying for that service also comes out of this. And there were also just other, if we had to pay for additional licenses because a Salesforce application that had not been used a lot prior to COVID was then expanded, we needed to pay for additional licenses. So those are the kind of costs that we used for, that we centralized paying during the response.
Okay. Well, what I'm trying to figure out. So if we look at the devices as an example, so those devices are already purchased. So why is it now in the supplemental in what looks like increased funding for the agency?
It's all maintenance support. So it's all ongoing maintenance support of those purchases.
Okay. Okay. One of the other things, so some of the reason I'm asking about this specifically is because the mayor has requested that the council approve roughly $300 million early tomorrow, actually, which we got word about yesterday, Sunday, yes. And it's not clear what some of this is, so it kind of truncates our timing for sort of digging into these. One of the other requests that we're being able to being asked to approve for tomorrow is $569,000 for Octo to fund a case management coordination system for gun violence prevention. Can you tell me about that?
Yeah, so that is in support of the Building Blocks DC initiative. We recognize, I think sort of across the board, that we need to do a better job of making sure that agencies can share data. so that we can better analyze and predict and think about who we need to reach out to and support. And so in this instance, that's exactly what this funding is going to be used for, is helping building blocks make sure that we've got the data that they need to do their jobs and carry out their mission in a more thoughtful solution. And so that is contemplating not only helping them think through their business processes, right, how they're going to be doing their work, but helping make them those processes slightly more efficient, and then building a technology solution that will allow them to access the data that they need to do their jobs. And so the $569,000 goes to hiring contractors to help us with that journey mapping, right? Thinking through who needs to use this information, when they need to use it, why they need to use it, how they need to see it. And then actually developing the solution and then doing the change management that it will take to make sure that all of our folks on the ground are actually able to use it to help people.
When do you anticipate this system will be rolled out?
You know, I would argue that they're using sort of parts and parcel kind of going forward. We have some things that we support already that they're able to utilize, and we'll continue to work with them on that. But we don't have I don't have a fixed date, for instance, to give you today.
Okay. All right. So the mayor is also proposing that we rescind $2.9 million in the agency's local funds in fiscal year 21. What's not clear is where that excess money is in your budget.
Yeah. So just to be super clear, you see in the supplemental sort of that $3.2 million decrease. Do you see that line?
Let me pull up. I'm only looking at notes now.
Okay. So there's a chunk that is a $3.2 million decrease, and that is really to the testimony, right? We really kind of had to think about how we were working and doing more with less throughout COVID, and so we figured out how to get rid of 5 positions and just sort of be okay with it. We delayed hiring some personnel for vacancy savings. We consolidated some data facility contracts and deprioritized the hiring and the onboarding of new contractors, right? So a number of different things. So that's a 3.2 cut. You add in the 569,000 that we just talked about for building blocks, and you're going to get to 2.6 million. And then there's another 181,835 in our O-type funding for DCNet that we'll remove. And another 48,761 in our IT assessment that we'll remove to get to, that's not remove, that's not a negative, that's an additive number. So 181,835 for DCNet for additional telecom services. It is a reduction? Okay, it is a reduction. Okay, sorry. As you can see, this is also something that's kind of confusing for us too. So 181,835 for DCNet is removed for telecom services. An additional 48,761 for our IT assessment removed. So we get to a total decrease of 2.9. That's where that 2.982299 comes from.
Okay. Okay. All right. Okay.
So we're good with it. We've been operating without it. I mean, that's sort of how we have looked at it.
Can you send me or send the committee the breakdown that you were mentioning? It's a little bit, it's different than what's in the bill B24-279. So I just want, but your top line number is the same. So I just want to make sure we are on the same page. Thank you.
Yep.
The Octo owns and administers 31 capital projects with funding available for expenditure with over $60 million in capital funding available or proposed in FY22. Not going to go through all 31 projects today, but could you send us a status or spending plan for FY22 for your pending capital projects by Wednesday of next week?
Happy to.
Thank
Yeah.
you. And the most recent Schedule A that we have reflects that Octo has 41 listed vacancies. Is that still accurate?
It's 40. We filled one since then, which is exciting. But yeah, it's 40 vacancies.
Okay, 40. Okay. Could you send us an up-to-date Schedule A by next Wednesday?
Sure. In that, you'll see reflected 4 eliminated positions that I kind of just talked about, 4 positions that there's no activity in, but the remaining positions we're trying to reclassify. One of the things that we're kind of recognizing is that we're going to have to change some ways that we recruit new talent, as everybody in the entire region is hiring technology experts right now. And so we're really thinking about the way that we classify our different positions to make sure that we're able to really attract folks. There's one job on there, it's a security job, for instance. It's been out 4 times. We've posted it 4 times, and we have yet to find somebody that's actually able to meet the minimal qualifications for the price that we're offering. So that's why we're taking a good hard look at some of those things. We spent some time over COVID. Some of our teams kind of working from home were able to kind of dig into that. And so we'll continue to do that. But just so you know, I want to kind of give you some assurances we're cut in vacancy savings, there's no activity, and the rest we're all in sort of active, we're in an active process, whether it's getting those PDs reclassified with DCHR or out actually actively recruiting.
Okay. For the DCPS capital budget includes $2.45 million for school IT infrastructure upgrades. Octo is the implementing agency, but what involvement does Octo have in determining which schools receive IT infrastructure upgrades and the upgrades?
No, it's a good question. And I think I talked about that a little bit in my very long-winded answer to your earlier question. And in fact, in regards to that sort of, do schools have enough, are they going to have a strong enough internet to deal with all the different additional devices? So again, I think what I could say, what must say is that DGS, DCPS, and Octo, our working relationship has come very far. I think if you were to ask me 10 years ago, 6 years ago, I wouldn't be able to say that it's a very collaborative effort that we determine which schools need to be refreshed. But the truth is now there is a collaborative effort. We were able to come up with the projects that we're focusing on this summer earlier than I've ever seen it happen, because there's a continual dialogue from DCPS saying, hey, here's some schools that we know are having issues, to Octo reminding everybody these schools haven't had refreshes recently, so let's make sure that we keep them on the list, to DGS saying, and these are the schools that we're modernizing, right? So we take all of those elements into consideration to come up with the plan for each year.
Okay, that's encouraging.
Yeah, it really is.
It is. That's how government should work. That's how it always works. How many schools will be able to receive IT infrastructure upgrades with that $2.45 million?
So it's a good question and not a very easy answer. So the sort of the top line way of thinking about it is we're going to get to 12 schools that'll get modernized new network infrastructure. But the truth is that money stretches farther, because we also, there might have been a roof leak at one school that impacted 2 classrooms. and we need to go back and rewire those 2 classrooms. We'll be able to do that as well. So it's a long list of projects, 12 complete network refreshes, but a number of other schools that will also be touched throughout the year.
Okay. You maintain a net services support fund that not too big, but it has a balance of $181,000 roughly. What is that fund used for?
Yeah, so that's a special purpose revenue fund. That fund, I think we talked about this. There's a lot at Octo, I know. So I'm not going to ask that you remember specifically when we talk about this, but we have our DCNet team. They own and maintain 800 miles of fiber throughout the city. They not only supply service to DC government agencies, but also to 100 nonprofits, 25 federal customers, and they get paid for those services. Okay. And so that goes into their revenue fund.
Okay.
That is the revenue fund.
Okay.
And the mayor's $8 million of investment for refresh on our core infrastructure will help them significantly. It will allow for us to replace the core infrastructure that I talked about in my testimony. That's going to allow for that service to continue.
Okay. And the proposed FY22 budget includes $9.7 million that the administration described as intra-district funds to support DCPS, DC Access System, or DC CAS. What will Octo be doing for DCPS with this funding? And what is the DC Access System?
Yeah, so that's 2 separate projects. I kind of mentioned this in my testimony. We're trying to make sure that as much as possible, given the fact that we're working, in my opinion, better with agencies, farther in advance as we sort of plan out expectations for the year ahead, I wanted to reflect that in the budget. So DCPS's MOU dollars are now reflected in the budget. DCAS is the other application name. It's a specific application name that you see there. That is a Department of Healthcare Finances data. It's a application as well. That is an MOU that we have every year that's now reflected in the budget so that you see it. So instead of negotiating after the budget comes out, you actually see that intra-district line in the budget that you have before you. So to answer your question, DCAS, the MOU that we have with the Department of Healthcare Finance for DCAS is twofold. One, to provide the underlying servers, the infrastructure that the application sits on. So that's been since DCAS was envisioned, I think 10 or more years ago. Octo has been providing the infrastructure for the application. The second sort of component of the DCAS MOU is for our service bus. I know, but what does it stand for? Service-oriented architecture. It's our team that integrates data. So they help make sure that if you've got, which is exactly what DCAS envisions, right? Multiple agencies in the Health and Human Services cluster that need their data to be combined in order to better serve a resident that's in the Medicaid or Medicare program. And that's what our service-oriented architecture helps to do. So that's the DCAS line, and that is just sort of an annual amount that pays for the maintenance and upkeep of both of those service offerings. The other component there is that DCPS line, and again, that's going to primarily do 3 things: that increase of the IT support that I talked about, right? Getting up to 80 plus tech support individuals to help next year as we see a unprecedented increase in devices in classrooms, which will be great. The second chunk of change there is for our development team. One of the things that we've seen throughout COVID is DCPS has a lot of applications. And they've got a lot of applications that teams have sort of spun up over time that need to really talk to each other. And so really thinking through kind of doing discovery with DCPS, thinking through why they have the applications that they have, and then really streamlining. What can we get rid of? what can we make even more efficient. So our application development team is going to be working hand in hand with DCPS and their data side to make that happen. And then the third chunk of change, earlier in the pandemic, it was pretty obvious that we were all more dependent on Microsoft Office 365 and our Teams platform than ever before. And most, I think, glaringly was DCPS. They had, prior to COVID, one individual really focused on their Office 365 and their Teams platform. Unfortunately, he left in the middle of COVID. And so DCPS asked us to help. We've got a team of 20 some odd people working on sort of the coordination and collaboration tools that come from Microsoft in our Office 365 contract. So we're using some of those individuals to help DCPS today. We know, though, that the nuances of supporting schools on the Teams platform is so critical that we're also hiring some additional folks to help with that, which will be great. Poor one guy.
What's that?
The one guy that was sort of depended on was
poor one guy. I see.
Poor one guy. So this is definitely right sizing for sort of the operational realities going forward.
Okay. You mentioned cybersecurity in your testimony. Obviously, that's something that's been in the news, been on people's minds. To the extent that you can, could you touch a little bit more on the district's cybersecurity? Specifically, last month, the Metropolitan Police Department was hacked for ransom. Has that issue been resolved now? And where are we moving as a city, or where have we moved to better protect ourselves from cybersecurity attacks?
Sure. Well, thank you for that question. I think I don't think it would be an understatement to say that, cybersecurity is kind of what keeps me up at night, right? The thing that I think about first thing in the morning, the thing that I think about before deciding whether or not to go to bed. And I think the best way to think about this, so in regards to the MPD cyber attack, that is under federal investigation. So getting into the weeds on that in a public setting is not prudent to that investigation. But what I can say is that the attackers are not in our network, right? That was immediately resolved. And going forward, I think what that incident has allowed us to do is really have some pretty critical conversations with all of our agencies, particularly the ones that have some of the most sensitive data on our network, to help everybody really take a good look at where we are today. Where do we have data? Where is it stored in your Outlook? Is it stored on a shared drive? Should it be stored on that shared drive? And really, do you need to save it? Right? Is that something that you actually need to collect? And that conversation is really kind of getting at a data maturity framework. And so we're having really thoughtful conversations with some of our biggest agencies about how to sort of baseline the data that they have today. And we can use some of the tools that our security team has to sort of suss out where they've got PII stored, for instance, and then make a plan for how we're going to get to good, so that we're spinning down legacy systems that are, our sort of our biggest vulnerability on our network today, and we're really thinking about modernizing and collaborating across agencies so that we aren't, one, asking constituents for repetitive information that we then have to secure in disparate places, but that, two, we're being really thoughtful about the way that we're collecting it, where we're storing it, how we're using it, how we're working with it, so that we can be more intentional about mitigating that risk that's just going to continue to climb, right? We're going to just see ransomware, sort of bad actors, if you would, cyber terrorists, as the mayor refers to them, continue to look for opportunities. And so we need to go through this exercise. And I think what happened the other month was a good wake-up call.
Yeah. You have sort of, I think at least implicitly mentioned DC government employees several times as a key part of our cybersecurity. Has Octo updated? Do you plan to update DC government employee training, or is there something else we should be doing to continue to educate DC government employees?
It's a great question. So we will continue to sponsor annual cybersecurity training, but yes, to your point, like the truth is we need, and this is sort of that kind of data maturity framework that I'm talking about. We need to kind of bring our employees and our users, our contractors, anybody that's touching our network, sort of along that journey, right? Where should you store? How do you handle personally identifiable information? Where should you store it? If you see it, what should you do? How do you alert when you see something that doesn't look the right way? And those are the conversations. It's interesting. The number of times a day that I hear from somebody that says, "Oh, I'm not a technology person." Well, the truth is, we all are technology people, whether or not we love it or not. We are all dependent upon it. And so we need to make sure that we're kind of breaking down that barrier where it's scary, and make sure that people understand that it's just a tool, right? It's like the pen or the pencil or the folder that they used to use prior to having a computer on their desk, and how to make sure that that new pen, new pencil, new folder is not scary, but instead is understood, so that they don't get into a situation where they did something that they didn't intend to do, and as a result put resident data at risk. And so that's why yes, I believe that this has to be an ongoing conversation, and it's really going to be fundamental that the agencies also make sure that they're passing this down to their managers, and their managers are having conversations with their teams, right? It's not just the 22-person security team at Octo that ought to be having these conversations. It really needs to be widespread, and we're seeing more of it, which is great.
Yeah. There is a capital project in your budget, enterprise cybersecurity initiative with $8,500,000 attached to it. What is this?
Yeah, so that is an ongoing capital project that allows for us to continue to invest in different ways to mitigate cyber risk across our network. This $8 million is actual federal funds, so it's from ARPA, so we'd really like to use it. This is what I talked about in my testimony that will allow for us to refresh those critical devices on our network that are currently at the end of their lifespan. So if we allow them to kind of get older, right, that all of a sudden becomes a vulnerability, a way that a bad guy could potentially exploit our system and get inside. And so we don't want that to happen. We'd like to use this money to refresh. I believe it's about 24 specific network devices that make up our core.
Jumping back to the digital inclusion investments that we mentioned, there was another issue that came up in testimony that I neglected to. Well, I guess my question is for this. I mean, it's a large number. How could you provide any type of detailed breakdown to the committee on the planned expenditures for this $27 million?
For sure.
Okay.
Yeah, happy to do that. Do you want me to?
But by next Wednesday would be ideal.
Sure.
Thank you. Very quickly, the devices for residents initiatives. What kinds of devices are you looking at?
So that's at 26.5 million, right? Mm-hmm. It's slated for ensuring that we get devices to some of those 38,000 households that don't have computing devices. About half of them have a smartphone, but they don't have like a regular computing device, and we want to make sure that that is afforded to them. So it's going to go a long way in doing just that. There's like 1.5 million for device training support. So that if you get a new computing device, there's somebody there that can help you understand how to make it relevant to your life.
Yeah.
And then about 2.2 for a customer call center. And then the rest is we've worked with the Returning Citizens Office. We've worked with the Department of Aging and Community Living, with CFSA, as I mentioned before, with Department of Human Services, and with DC Public Libraries to really think through the correct allocation of smartphones, tablets, and laptops.
What types of devices? Do you know what types of devices yet?
Like the specific.
You said computing. Like, I don't know if it matters, but I know that with DCPS, you've talked about streamlining the types of devices. Is that the same type of thing you want to do here?
So this is going to be a little different, right? We're an IT operation that's focused on sort of our enterprise and making sure our enterprise has computing devices that they can use, to log in and manipulate data and information. This is going to be a little different and unprecedented. So we've been talking to lots of other jurisdictions around the country. Nobody has kind of put together a program as big as what we're attempting to do here. What we will be doing is making sure that we're relying on our agency partners and the community-based organizations that are going to help us get these things out the door, thinking about what's the best device for the audience that we're intending to help. And so that's why this is a combination of smartphones, tablets, and laptops. And that mix, depending on what agency we're talking to, they're pretty knowledgeable about what their kind of clientele, what the constituents that they serve need.
Okay. And the 38,000 resident figure household figure that you mentioned, where's that number come from?
From the census data, the same census data that some of the folks that were testifying earlier were looking at. So it's American Community Survey. We know that about 38,000 households don't have a standard computing device, but I think about half of them actually do have a smartphone, but a smartphone isn't really adequate to take an online training class, to put your resume together, et cetera. And so we think that it's important that these households also have a computing device.
So a couple of people testified they think we need to do a survey. You don't think we need to do that?
I think that it's a good idea too. But we know that there's this need already. So we're gonna move forward, and we'll like I think I've talked to you about this before. The conversation that I have with my team is always to consistently survey and make sure that we're thinking about baseline kind of goals, where we're trying to go. So I don't think it wouldn't be prudent for us to hold back on implementing to wait for the results of a survey.
Okay.
How about that?
I hear you.
Okay.
The federal government added the emergency broadband benefit, which seems to have some overlap with some services that DC provides. Is there a difference between that and Internet for All?
Yeah. Best way to talk about it. So Internet for All was a $3.3 million investment that the mayor set aside from the GEAR funding that we got, the governor's education, I'm not going to remember the last two words, federal funds that we got earlier on in the pandemic. That is slated for the a household that has a K through 12 student that's in TANF or SNAP. And so that's one universe, right? The EBB program is opened for a lot more. And it is a federal program that as soon as the funds run out, it is no longer.
Okay.
So to me, that's not something that is going to solve our problem long term.
Well, what about Internet for All? What's the future of that program?
So Internet for All, as always contemplated, is a sort of stopgap, right? It is something that we needed to do in the immediate to make sure that we had some way of getting some type of broadband to households quickly. RCN and Comcast came to the table, had an offering for a low-cost solution and a low-cost way to get that done. And so we moved forward. We've learned a lot along the way. We're going to continue to learn a lot. And that until such time as we get that additional federal funds set aside to really innovate the way that we provide access, we're going to continue to push forward on Internet for All.
Okay. Do you know how many households have signed up for the Internet for All and for EBB?
So I know nothing about EBB. Unfortunately, we don't have that visibility. But we know that almost 9,000 school children were benefited by the Internet for All program.
And one thing that came up from several public witnesses, and we've spoken about this in hearings and meetings, is more or less universal broadband access. The committee is going to have a hearing on Councilmember Allen's Internet Equity Amendment Act on September 16th. President Biden has proposed an infrastructure bill that for the first time includes broadband infrastructure and may provide additional resources in the future. And so while we will discuss this obviously in a few months, how can OCDO begin expanding access to high-speed internet for families that can't afford it?
So, I have talked throughout the pandemic about sort of the crawl, walk, run approach to solving for internet access challenges, and sort of the Internet for All was sort of phase one. What we continue to sort of look around the rest of the country to see what we can find that folks are innovating on and what works. I've been most impressed by the Citizen Broadband Radio Service solution, which is essentially local jurisdiction buying a piece of the spectrum and essentially spinning up an LTE network so that wherever you are, you're able to access service. Now, in order to make that happen, we're going to have to commit some dollars to build out that infrastructure, and that is that infrastructure those infrastructure monies that I think the city administrator and the mayor's budget director both spoke about as the mayor rolled out her budget, and then in the initial hearing in front of the council. We don't have complete details from Treasury about how they'll allow us to use those funds. As soon as we do, we're going to be able to sort of contemplate what we've started on the planning, hoping to pilot actually quite soon. But we have to see how we're going to be able to use those funds.
Okay.
And based on that direction, we'll go one of a few ways.
So I mean, you're kind of answering this, but I guess I'm still wondering, how is there somewhere the district can be investing now to expand high-speed, low-cost broadband for as many residents as possible when funding becomes available? Obviously, as you said, it's going to take real funding, but is there something we should be doing now to prepare for that?
So we've entered in sort of the planning phase. We're working with a number of industry partners to think about what piloting solutions might look like. And so I believe we are doing all that we can at the moment.
So there are not, let's say, like, when like the district is, regardless of what path we take, we're going to have to run like fiber optic cables or something like that. Are there kind of any known things that we need to be thinking about now?
Nope, we've got that. That's the nice thing, right? We've got that backhaul. We've got the fiber optic cable spread throughout.
Okay. What about in public housing? Does Octo provide broadband access there? Do we have a plan to?
Yeah, so that's sort of the walk approach. So the crawl being the internet for all, walk being, can we work with sort of communities that essentially need access to find a better way to utilize the service offering that we have, right? The DCNet has. And so we have been working with the DC Housing Authority on standing up access to Wi-Fi in 3 different facilities. The issue, and we can get into this now if you would like to, but the issue with Wi-Fi is we've got to make sure that we've got a device in the home to really make sure that that service is something that somebody new to having internet in their home is going to find helpful or relevant and not spotty. And so that is why, in my opinion, that is not a scalable model that we could achieve throughout the city, which is why I'm much more excited about the run approach in the citizen broadband radio service idea.
Okay. But I mean, we know that we may not know whether every household in public housing has a device, but we know that plenty of people do. So, I mean, is there not something we can be doing now for?
We're literally, if we haven't yet signed a memo, like a memorandum of agreement or understanding with DCHI, we've already scoped out the 3 sites that we would like to stand up with free Wi-Fi throughout the entire facility. And if I'm kind of looking at my team to tell me if I'm way off, but the MOU is, it's 3 locations, and the MOU is
It's
underway. Don't love to hear that. I thought it was almost done, but was hoping that I was going to be able to use this to tell you that we were good with it. But I know that in the next few months, we're going to learn is essentially what we're doing. We're piloting what free Wi-Fi at these 3 locations will achieve, if people will use it, if it's helpful, the issue being, we'll have to kind of see as well how much it costs to continue to maintain and operate, right? We are not a entity that is used to delivering service to residents directly.
Right.
That's something that, in fact, some of our current partners have arguably lobbied against in prior years to make sure that we don't. So it's a new world, and we're going to learn, and then we're going to see what lessons learned we can take from this pilot to scale up.
Okay. And can you tell me a little bit about the future work study initiative that you all are pursuing?
Yeah, I think this funding ties. This is a city administrator initiative. There's 300,000 in the DC human resources budget and 150,000 in the Octo budget, because we're going to continue our work together to really think through sort of what the next generation of government worker is going to be, how they're going to be working. And we've got to do that quickly in order to make sure that we're retaining and attracting top talent.
Those are all the questions I have for you, Director. I appreciate you and your team in not just today and during the budget, but all the work, obviously, that you all have done during the pandemic. As I mentioned in my opening statement, certainly one of the more pivotal and critical agencies in the city, always, but particularly during COVID. So thank you all very much. Oh, you're on mute.
Oh, thank you so much. Really, really appreciate it.
Wonderful. Well, thank you again. Oh, we will move to our next government witness, Chief Administrative Law Judge Colleen Curry from the Office of Administrative Hearings. Judge Curry, how are you doing today?
Good afternoon, Councilmember White. It's very good to see you. You've had a long afternoon.
Yes, good to see you as well. It is a long afternoon, but there are days like this, so.
Yes, there are. I have my budget officer, Kathy Burton, and our chief operating officer, Angela Harley, who I'd like to have participate and sworn in, because they'll help me answer some technical questions. Do you mind?
Don't mind at all.
Thank you.
Wonderful. So we will have them join now so I can swear everyone in at the same time. All right, and you have one more person who should be able to turn their video on now.
I'm sorry, Councilmember White.
No problem at all. Welcome.
Good afternoon.
It is the practice of our committee to swear in all government witnesses, so I would ask everyone to raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you are about to provide to the Committee on Government Operations and Facilities is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
I do.
Thank you so much. Judge Curry, you can begin your testimony when you're ready.
Thank you, and good afternoon again, Chairman White and committee members and staff. Thank you for allowing me to address you today about the proposed fiscal year 2022 budget for the Office of Administrative Hearings. As I said before, I'm joined this afternoon by our budget officer, Kathy Burton, and our OAH Chief Operating Officer, Angela Harley, and they're available to help answer any technical questions you or your committee members may have. OAH's fiscal year 22 proposed gross budget is slightly larger than its fiscal year 21 budget. It is approximately $14 million and supports 99 full-time equivalent or FTE positions. This budget amount comprises approximately $10.7 million in local funds, approximately $3.1 million in intra-district funds, and $150,000 in Medicaid grant funds. The largest single expenditure of our gross budget, and it's 93%, is approximately $13 million for personal services funding. The remainder, which is approximately $1 million, is for non-personal services or NPS funding. Overall, we have had a modest 5.9 increase in our budget from last year. This is largely due to an increase of 4 FTEs, those being 2 administrative law judges or ALJs and 2 legal assistants. These additional FTEs correlate to the increased responsibilities that OAH has assumed in the last few years, but for which no funding or staff were previously provided. And we discussed that during our OAH oversight hearing in February. Those increased responsibilities include fair evasion cases from Washington Metropolitan Area Transit Authority, appeals from the Office of Victim Services and Justice Grants regarding the Address Confidentiality Act, enforcement of indoor mold remediation standards from Department of Consumer and Regulatory Affairs, and disputes arising from the Condominium Warranty Act from the Department of Housing and Community Development. Our NPS budget reflects a reduction of $15,825 in our travel and office supplies budget. Additionally, the proposed budget reflects a net reallocation of $250,000 across multiple programs in NPS to fund mission critical services, including interpretation services and maintenance of our case management system. Currently, OAH's Schedule A shows 12 vacancies. 4 of those vacancies represent the proposed increase in FTEs I previously mentioned, 2 ALJs and 2 legal assistants. If our proposed budget is approved by council, recruitment will commence for those positions as soon as possible. 1 ALJ position is vacant due to delayed hiring and recruitment is underway. Recruitment is also underway for 4 other positions, including a law clerk, a program analyst, a paralegal specialist, and a legal assistant. The 3 remaining vacancies reflect FTEs attributable to the paid family leave program. Recruitment for those positions is on hold pending sufficient caseload to justify hiring. In closing, let me add that OAH is generally satisfied with its proposed budget for fiscal year 22 and believes that with it, we will be able to achieve our programmatic and operational goals. We thank Mayor Bowser and you, Chairman White, for our collective guidance and continued support as OAH transitions back to the office and recovers from a difficult 16 months. Thank you for your time today, and we are happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much to you and your team. Let me start with some questions that came up from our public witnesses earlier. One is with respect to remote access. Do you plan to continue telephonic access after the government is fully operational in person again?
That is an option. We actually have a committee that is looking at the processes that we changed from before pandemic to during pandemic to make recommendations about which of those processes we think we should continue and how much of it. And the telephonic hearings, we've been doing almost all of our hearings telephonically. We have been doing some by video conference as well since December. And that's been working out in a few of the cases where it's appropriate to have those. And we'd like to be able to keep those options available as much as possible for the parties, but we need to evaluate how to do that.
Okay. One testimony said that there was not video access. You're saying that there is.
We rolled out the ability to have video hearings in December. Okay. We put a policy in place that requires an ALJ who's asked to have a video hearing evaluate whether it's appropriate or not. And there are certain criteria that have to be met. It's incumbent upon the parties to ask for the video hearing. Our default is to do them by telephone right now.
Okay. And what factors will determine whether you do continue with video and or telephonic access?
Whether the parties are able to do it, how much success we've had with the technology divide, how many of our litigants are actually able to participate in the hearings to the point where it's satisfying all requirements of due process. Additionally, the cost to our agency, whether it's going to cost to continue having the WebEx available for the judges to use, and if so, how. So there are a lot of different factors going into it. It's my preference that we keep it as an option for the parties, and it's more looking at how and when we can do that.
Right. And we have discussed in the past OAH's process of developing a public-facing application that will allow people to view both, dockets, past cases. Where are you in that process?
So those are all on our IT list. As a small agency, we have a very small IT department. We only have 2 people who are specifically in the IT department. So we have to line up our tasks in order. Right now, we are in the development phase of an e-filing system, which would allow parties to electronically file cases with our agency. As a part of that, we are looking at extending that so that people who have filed cases can also look at their case, specifically their case, so they can see the docket in their case. And as an extension of that, we're also looking with our vendor to discuss how to extract the files that are the final orders in a way that we can put them on a searchable database. And we're looking at that in sort of 2 different directions. We're both looking at it with our vendor, but we're also we've reached out to Octo to try and work with them to see if there's a way that we can do it through them. It's going to have to work with our case management system, most likely, in the ways that I understand it. And I'm not a tech person is that much, so I only understand so much of it, but it looks like there are a couple of different ways we can do it. We are actively looking for proposals to figure out how to do that. It's sort of because we had to change so quickly from going completely in person to completely virtual, and we've got all of our ALJs and staff working virtually and remotely up until recently. It has required our IT to focused on that a lot more than I would have liked. So as we come out of the pandemic, we're shifting our focus to looking at the infrastructure that we need to make ourselves more public facing in terms of our data.
Okay. Well, with respect to dockets, final orders, and past cases, we'd like to work with you to get a timeline on developing those. Certainly, there seems to be some interest, not surprisingly, from the public on that, and yeah, it's an inevitable sort of evolution for the agency. So we will work with you on that. One other question that came up regarding your agency and the public testimonies is with the additional the backlog. There are substantial backlogs at the at OAH. Will the additional FTEs what impact will the additional FTEs make in addressing that backlog?
They will help us address the backlog for sure. And in addition to that, we are expecting that we will see an increase specifically in public benefits and probably rental housing cases once the eviction moratorium and the moratorium on change on suspending some types of benefits and public benefits is lifted. And so those FTEs will also help with that, in addition to helping with those additional cases that I talked about. It's sort of right sizing our agency for the past and also looking at where we are. But I also want to say that we are actively recruiting for a program analyst who will take some of the responsibilities that our legal support staff have been doing away from them, so that they will be able to process the cases. That will help with our backlog as well. And we also, our proposed budget has contractual services that will be able to help with the backlog as well. We are eating away at it. A lot of it had to do with us suspending cases for the summer, and also the huge increase in unemployment insurance cases that were filed, where we had to redistribute our agency to try to deal with those cases. And we are definitely eating away at the backlog in those cases, as well as some of the other ones.
On that, I know that a number of the cases in the backlog were unemployment insurance cases, and it looks like since February you were able to dispose of many of those cases. Your stats show that you were able to close 98.2% of uninsured unemployment insurance cases within 90 days in FY20, which is really good. But I understand that most of these cases were closed quickly because DOES hadn't provided a letter of determination. Is that right?
The latest data that I have is that last month, it's either last month, one of the last months was about 50 or 55% of the cases, appeals that were filed without a determination from DOES. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean that DOES hadn't issued one. It just means that the individual filed a case without giving us a copy of it. The month before, it was nearly 70%. So we're seeing the number of those, the percentage of those cases is going down. It peaked at about 70%, but it was coming up from probably April of last year. It kept getting bigger and bigger, that percentage of cases. So it's going back down again. So hopefully that means that the individuals are either learning that they need to get a determination before they can file an appeal, or that they are actually getting determinations from DOES.
Why would people be filing appeals without a determination?
I've seen many reasons provided. They can't get one from DOES. They didn't know that they needed to. We've updated our website to include information that says you have to give us a determination. It's in the form that somebody files with an appeal that says you need to file it. But a lot of people don't read through the entire form to see that they need to file it. So I think some public education, as well as on our website, as well as the legal service providers, have been trying to assist with that. I think that's been helping as well.
I don't think you mentioned this in your testimony. The two ALJs and two clerks, will these positions be for any specific cluster?
No, they're not any specific cluster. It will be like all of the other judges who are on our general fund, assigned where they're needed to go.
Okay. Not to jump around, at least not on purpose. The unemployment insurance cases, there were a substantial number of open unemployment insurance cases in February. By May, that was they were mostly gone. What was the difference between the unemployment cases that you were seeing come in prior to February and the ones since then? Why are they being closed so much faster now?
I think the best explanation that I can give for you is that we had with the huge number of cases and resulting correspondence that we received over the summer last year, there were a large number of correspondences that sort of fell through the crack, and we instituted a cleanup process in December that went back through all of the correspondence that we received since the pandemic started, to make sure that we had everything filed. Once we did that, we were able to evaluate which cases needed to be dismissed because we did not have a determination. And we've been steadily working through that list of cases. So we finished that project right about the end of February. And so that's about when that cleanup project could start.
Okay, so you don't anticipate that the numbers will tick back up that quickly?
No, I don't think so at all.
Okay. You mentioned in your testimony that you have OAH has 12 vacancies, but that includes the proposed increases in FTEs. Is that right?
Yes, that includes the 4 positions, the 2 legal assistants and 4 ALJ and 2 ALJs, pardon me.
Okay. Could you provide the committee with an updated Schedule A as soon as possible?
Yes.
Thank you. And your position is that you need the additional ALJs and clerks in your budget in addition to filling the existing vacancies?
Yes, as I said, the one ALJ position we are actively recruiting for, and we couldn't recruit earlier for that because it was originally not put into our budget for savings to meet our mark, and then it was put back in. So we're starting the recruitment process for that, which I have to say that the recruitment process for ALJs is quite long because it's not us that hires ALJs, it's the cost. So that can be a long process. The other 3 ALJ positions, we're in the same position as OHR, in that those positions are tied to funding for paid family leave. And we don't have, like them, we don't have the case filings that would justify hiring ALJs in particular, who cannot be term employees.
How many was that again? I'm sorry.
Say that again?
How many were
3 ALJs.
Okay.
So, and the other positions we are currently recruiting for.
Okay. The mayor's proposed revised FY21 budget rescinds $263,155 and in your local funds budget. Where's that money coming from?
I'm going to ask Ms. Burton to answer that question for me.
Okay, good afternoon, Chairman White.
Good afternoon.
63 is comprised of vacancy savings and 38,000 in NPS funds,
Okay,
supplies and travel.
thank you.
You're welcome.
I want to touch on the reforms the council made to decriminalize fair evasion, and you mentioned this issue in your testimony. Excuse me. We've been told that Metro Transit Police is communicating that they can't issue civil citations because OAH hasn't yet set up an appeals process to or created the appropriate forms. Is that your understanding?
I know that we have been discussing the matter with the WMATA, but I am not sure on the status of that right now. So I would have to go back and ask our general counsel about the status of that.
Okay, if you could follow up with us.
Sure.
Thank you. And whether or not you all need anything from Metro Transit Police to be able to proceed on your end.
Okay.
Okay. There's a $374,872 increase to support an MOU with DOES related to paid family leave appeals. How will this impact the agency? Is this one of the FTEs that you mentioned, or is this something different?
Kathy, can you answer that question?
Yes. Okay, so the 374, that's so for personnel services, that's including an FTE and any salary increases that we have, and then fringe adjustments as well.
Okay.
Okay.
And is this impacted by, Judge Curry, you mentioned some positions that can't or won't be hired yet because the caseload doesn't justify it. Is this included in that?
Kathy?
Sorry, I'm sorry. That is included. The 374 is, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And there's a $10,674 increase in intra-district funds in the agency management program for equipment purchases. What's the purpose of this fund?
Kathy, are you able to answer that?
Yes, I can answer that for you. The 10,000 increase in inter-district funds, that's for, we budget that for the use of any additional equipment that the agency, because of bringing on additional FTEs under the UPL project. So that's what that's used for.
Okay.
Okay.
And I think this is my last kind of very technical budget question. There's a $315,000 increase in the case management and judicial support services budget. What is that going to be used for?
I'm sorry, Chairman, if I can get you to answer that question one more time for me.
Certainly. The $315,000 increase in the case management and judicial support services budget.
Okay, yeah. The 315, that's comprised of an increase for the e-court system, as well as additional court support services and our contractual services, translation, things like that.
All right. Do you know why there's an increase necessary?
Would you like me to answer that one, Chief? Okay, sure. The increase is based off of the e-court. This is a new contract that we have this year. The e-court system is starting up in 21 and will carry over to 22.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
Does this budget give OAH the resources to maintain the judicial clerkship program with Georgetown University?
Yes, it does.
Okay, wonderful. And I know that updating and improving OAH's various electronic systems has been a priority for this fiscal year, particularly obviously due to remote operations status. Do any of your electronic systems like e-filing, public portal, call tree project, digital court reporter, and e-court, which was just mentioned, do any of these need updates in FY22?
No, I don't believe that they will need updates. They will need maintenance, but I believe that our budget, the proposed budget, will allow us to keep the maintenance of that. The e-filing system is an upgrade to e-court, but that's slated to be completed by the close of this fiscal year.
Okay. We heard a lot from public witnesses about the resource center for litigants who don't have legal counsel to assist them. What kind of support is currently included, provided by the resource center?
Well, as we're remote right now, we do have an attorney advisor who spends some of his time fielding questions that are more technical than our staff. We do have two resource center customer service representatives and customer service coordinator who are available to answer basic questions. Because the resource center is part of OAH, we can't give legal advice. We can give procedural information and legal information, but we can't represent parties in front of ourselves, and we can't give legal advice. So it's more helping them figure out where the forms are, providing information about how to get pro bono help, where to go for that. If they need help filing or filling out a form, at least assist them in filling out a form. Basic information like that. And when we go back into the office, when we start working in person and we open back up to the public, the resource center the judicial clerks will also, it's our hope to plan to have them help out with that so that we can relieve a little bit of pressure from that attorney advisor.
Okay. Do you have a position on the recommendations to have one or multiple full-time attorneys or at least employees working in the resource center to assist residents?
Well, we have full-time employees working in the resource center. So are you asking whether
I'm sorry. So somebody who is my understanding, and I think you just said the same. The person working in the resource center has other duties. So I guess somebody who's sort of sole duty is working in the resource center.
It has been that way in the past, and I think that it would be good to have an individual who oversees the resource center. And we're hoping that somewhere down the line we can reorganize things so that we do have somebody who can do that. As we're right now, our priorities, we're catching up on the backlog and all those older cases that we need to do to address, and trying to get our orders out and get the e-filing system up. As you know, we're a small agency with a relatively small budget, and so it's prioritizing the work.
Yeah. Okay. The OAH's performance oversight responses indicated that you all are in the process of working to provide a comprehensive program to address the issue of agency representatives failing to show up for a scheduled hearing. What's the status of this program or effort?
We certainly reach out to agencies. We don't necessarily keep a record of it in e-court, but we are working with agencies to make sure that the scheduling of our cases allows them more likely than not to be able to show up.
Okay, but you don't track when agencies don't show up?
Not right now, no.
Okay, seems like the type of thing that would be important to know it to start tracking it at some point, because if there are issues with particular agencies, we may be able to nudge them. Do you have the capability to track that?
And that's something I don't know. I'd need to look into, talk to our eCourt administrators and our vendor to see what sort of data we would need for that.
Okay, okay. Well, those are all the questions that I have. Judge Curry, Ms. Burton, Ms. Harley, I want to thank you all for being with us today, for all the work that you and your teams are doing.
Thank you very much. It was a pleasure to talk with you. Have a good day.
You too. Thank you again. We, at this time, will move to our final agency witness. And we will welcome Dr. Faith Gibson Hubbard, Director of the Office, Mayor's Office of Community Affairs. Director Hubbard, how are you doing today?
I'm doing well. How are you, Councilmember?
Doing well, thank you. I see Alexis Squire. Is this the only person, additional person from your team who will or may testify today?
That's correct.
Okay. Well, it is I welcome both of you. It is the practice of this committee to swear in all of our government witnesses. So I would ask that you both raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you are about to provide to the Committee on Government Operations and Facilities is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Wonderful. Thank you both. Director, you can begin your testimony when you're ready.
Thank you so much. So I think at this point it's good evening, Councilmember White, and any other members of your staff and also committee members that are not here. My name is Dr. Faith Gibson Hubbard, and I am honored to serve as the Director of Community Affairs under the visionary leadership of Mayor Muriel Bowser. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today regarding MOCA's outcomes to date for our FY21 budget and how we plan on continuing our work with the bold investments made by Mayor Bowser in her proposed FY22 Fair Shot budget. So MOCA is comprised of a variety of different offices, and we serve as the community's link to district government and the community's voice in our government's action. And those offices in MOCA include the Mayor's Office on African Affairs, the Mayor's Office of African American Affairs, the Mayor's Office of Asian Pacific Islander Affairs, the Mayor's Office of the Clean City, Mayor's Office of Latino Affairs, Mayor's Office on Fathers, Men, and Boys, Mayor's Office of LGBTQ+ Affairs, the Mayor's Office of Nightlife and Culture, the Mayor's Office of Religious Affairs, the Mayor's Office of Returning Citizens Affairs, the Mayor's Office of Veterans Affairs, the Mayor's Office on Women's Policy Initiatives, and also the Mayor's Office on Volunteerism and Partnerships, or better known as Serve DC. And with the proposed FY22 Fair Shot budget, the Mayor is doubling down on our commitment to building back better and starting with the foundation of a more equitable, Washington, DC. I would like to take this opportunity to highlight some of the programs and events MOCA has led in FY21, and also things that we plan to pursue under Mayor Bowser's leadership in FY22. During the public health emergency, the Mayor's Office on African Affairs, the Mayor's Office on Asian Pacific Islander Affairs, and the Mayor's Office on Latino Affairs have been at the forefront of language access supports to ensure that limited English proficient and non-English proficient residents can gain access to the critical resources and supports that are available to them, the same as our English-speaking residents. These offices have provided a myriad of language access supports to district residents and agencies, such as the vaccine pre-registration portal, assistance programs, and also translations of the Mayor's situational updates. In FY22, we will continue to consult and provide quality control to district agencies in order to ensure that a greater number of residents have access to the critical information they need in their language. And that's why we're pleased to see the great investment that Mayor Bowser is making in interpretation services in her proposed budget. The Mayor's budget also allocates FTEs for the Mayor's Office of Caribbean Affairs, which will be housed under our umbrella of MOCA here. and joining the other cultural constituency offices. This office will work to promote the culture and diversity of the community from the Caribbean diaspora here in the district. The Mayor's Office of Nightlife and Culture continues to be a leader in their work to support local businesses through a host of different innovative ideas and partnerships that they have forged in order to keep our city's culture vibrant throughout this time of the pandemic. Monk has created several ways to keep businesses informed, and their innovative actions and hands-on support have helped to keep restaurants really afloat in so many ways by transforming their outside areas into eating areas through our Streeteries program, and also through the critical funding that was provided through the Bridge Fund. To address the widespread impact of the pandemic on Washingtonians, Mayor Bowser announced the release of the DC Hope Community Grants, which through the CARES Act, we were able to grant over 86 trusted local nonprofits from all 8 wards a total of $10 million to support programs that address the district's public health emergency priorities. And in FY22, we in MOCA and the rest of the government, but definitely here in MOCA, look forward to continuing to provide the critical technical assistance that is needed in order to meet the very acute needs of residents. And here in MOCA, several of our offices have various grant programs that will provide that support through community nonprofits as we recover together. And this includes the addition of grant funding in both the Office of Caribbean Affairs and LGBTQ Affairs. In FY21, Serve DC awarded more than $5 million in AmeriCorps grants to district-based nonprofit organizations, schools, and universities to strengthen and support organizational and programmatic capacities of these entities, thus supporting the district's COVID-19 response. Through the FY22 Fair Shot budget, Serve DC is prepared again to allocate more than $5 million in AmeriCorps grants with the funding priority areas focused. Oh, I'm sorry. It seems, am I going in and out on my audio?
It's waves. It's odd. I can hear you.
Okay.
Yeah.
I got that note. So hopefully, let me see. Is that a little bit better?
Seems to be.
Okay. It might have been my paper shuffling over the microphone. So excuse me.
There's some technology issue. It's but we can't hear you. So
okay. Well, thank you. So through the FY22 Fair Shot budget, Serve DC is preparing again to allocate more than $5 million in AmeriCorps grants, with funding priorities focused on access to essential services such as food, housing, and social services, gun violence prevention, and organizations that address racial inequity. Serve DC also anticipates additional funding through the American Rescue Plan, which will enable additional investments to support AmeriCorps programming, to support community resilience and additional support. In May, Mayor Bowser launched the DC COVID-19 Community Corps with a citywide day of action in an effort to get our most vulnerable residents and hard to reach residents vaccinated. Our next day of action is planned for Saturday, June 19th, so it's coming up. And for anyone who is interested in participating, they can visit us at servedc.galaxydigital.com in order to sign up to volunteer. For the day of action, we will focus our efforts in wards 5, 7, 6, and 8, said that out of order, with 2 shifts starting at 9 a.m. and also at 11 a.m. And we will be knocking on our neighbors' doors and sharing information on how to get vaccinated, and also answering any questions that residents might have about the vaccine. We know there are many. Thanks to Mayor Bowser's leadership, this effort has been featured locally and nationally. To date, we were able to reach thousands of residents that may have not otherwise been engaged. And we are proud of the lives that we've been able to save here in the district through sharing information about vaccines. And we are also proud of the work that we will continue to do. In FY22, the MOCA cluster will continue to showcase our work in partnership, of course, with district agencies, offices, and within the community. Our work allows us to ensure that every facet of district residents' lives are represented and reflected in our government's action. In closing, I would like to thank Mayor Bowser for her leadership and for the opportunity to serve in this capacity. It is truly an honor to serve our city, our communities, in such a direct way. And I also want to thank you, Councilmember White, for the opportunity to testify today about the work that we're doing here in MOCA and what that means to the work of Mayor Bowser more broadly. And finally, but most importantly, I want to thank all of the MOCA offices for all of their great work, and also to my core team, which really keeps everything moving forward. And so again, I thank you for this opportunity to testify and also invite people who might want to learn more about MOCA to visit us at communityaffairs.dc.gov. So thank you for this opportunity to testify, and I welcome any questions you might have.
Thank you, Director Hubbard. We will jump right in. The mayor has asked the council to approve tomorrow, among other things, $4.5 million in fiscal year 21. This is in the revised budget for the office of the mayor to pay for, quote, partnership with CBOs to provide community outreach for increased vaccine rates in underserved communities. Is any of that money proposed to flow through the Office of Community Affairs?
So there are a lot of intricacies and interconnectedness in our work in the executive office of the mayor. And so I know some of that is probably very specific to the canvassing workforce that was announced last week, also some other additional incentives. So while I know that there are a lot of ways that we will likely support that work, I actually think this question might be best when Chief of Staff Falchicchio testifies, as he can probably speak more to the specifics of that.
Okay, yeah, the problem is we're asked to vote, there's a package of $300 million we're being asked to vote on tomorrow, and frankly, a lot of it is very unclear. So I'm trying to wrap my head. I know it may not have flowed through your office, but wanted to ask just in case.
And we can also work to get some of that clarity back to you in the committee. I can work on that this evening and try to get back to you.
Thank you. Thank you. Similar vein, one of the other things the mayor is also asking us to approve is $50,000 from the office of the mayor to inform residents about the pilots of new alternative 911 responses, including behavioral health teams, emergency parking enforcement, and minor traffic collisions. Is that the same answer as before?
It's likely the same exact answer, but what I will say is that between ourselves and also the mayor's office on community relations and services, we often field a lot of the calls that residents have in regards to that. So I'm sure we will be supporting those efforts in some vein, but likely that would be a better question for Chief of Staff.
Okay, thank you. The Office of Community Affairs central staff is proposed to increase by 1 FTE from 5 to 6. What will that additional employee be used for?
Yeah, so that would actually be for our lead PIO, and that's a person who's actually already in place. So what you are seeing now in the budget is a reflection of that actually being placed in the right place. So I know when you met with Director Reverend Bowen previously, it's just right sizing both his office and also reflecting how we've actually been operating for some time. So our lead PIO provides comprehensive support across all of MOCA to the individual office PIOs, and also to Reverend Bowen, we provide him with additional support within his office. But you're seeing a reflection of how we've already been operating.
Okay. The Mayor's Office of Community Relations and Services, or everybody refers to as MOCRs, are also budgeted as part of the Office of Community Affairs. They are seeing a reduction of 2 FTEs in the proposed budget. What's the thought behind that decision?
So I think this is another example of the intricacies of how we operate here within the executive office of the mayor. And while we do share space and we also have interconnectedness of work, the MOCRs actually do not report within MOCA. So while you might see it reflected there in our budget, this again is another question that would be best for when he is also a deputy mayor, but when Chief of Staff Falchicchio testifies, he can speak more specifically to that budgetary.
Okay, and just for anyone who is watching, the executive office of the mayor is diverse, and most of it does not fall within the jurisdiction of this committee. But obviously, as you pointed out, Director Hubbard, you all kind of work together towards the same mission. So.
Oh, absolutely. We work hand in hand because they also are an essential partner to residents to make sure that their concerns are brought back in for consideration, both within the executive office of the mayor, but also within agencies. And it's essential for us to work in partnership together. Some of the concerns that they hear are things that we work together on.
Okay. The Office of the Clean City has been organized as one of the constituent parts of the Office of Community Affairs for some time, but this is the first proposed budget that would include the $382,000 budget of the Office of the Clean City as part of your budget. What was the purpose of that shift?
It's reflecting, again, just like I mentioned with our core team, how we're actually operating. So it's bringing the funding over, as you know, from DPW over into our budget, and actually really being able to allow all those functions to happen within where the funding is actually being spent. So it is a reflection of our current operations, and also I believe will allow this office to work even more in collaboration with the other constituencies and cultural offices that are located here within MoCA. We often work. I'm being given something that might help me. Hold on one second. Is that better? Is that better?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So thank you for that to my assistant. But it's allowing us to actually operate in a really cohesive fashion. I mean, all the offices often partner together in order to realize certain goals, and the Office of the Clean City plays a tremendous role in making sure that what's happening within those agencies that are also focused on the environment and also residents' needs in that space can also be reflected in our work that we're doing here in MoCA. So bringing it over actually, again, helps us to really reflect how we're actually operating. And I think just puts it in the right place so that when you ask us this question next year, it will be reflected in an appropriate way.
Okay. You had mentioned Director Bowen, who does fall under falls under you and under this committee's jurisdiction. We had noted that Director Bowen of the Office of Religious Affairs was budgeted $7,000 for supplies. He said he regularly just got what he needed from a central location. How do you handle the supplies budget for your central staff and the smaller MoCA offices that are on site?
Yeah, so I think the beauty for especially a lot of the smaller offices, so Reverend Bowen's specifically, we're able through the administrative support that we can provide through the core team that they can float up what their needs are, and then we can make sure that the purchasing happens and also that is reflected on the correct budget code. So he will tell us what it is that he needs. We will make sure that the appropriate quotes, if needed, are received, and also that the items can be procured. Working through, again, in the Executive Office of the Mayor, there are these interconnected ways that we work through our support services that we're able to make those purchases and ensure that he's able to continue to focus on his work, but that we can work on the administrative functions for him.
Okay, and that makes sense. I guess I don't know why the supplies budget would be kind of split into smaller agencies. Do you know why that's done?
I do not, but I do know that, the interconnected way, and I'm going to use that word probably a lot, that we work here in MoCA allows us to really support their needs. Perhaps in the future, it will look different. I know, but for now, in the way that we operate here, not only in MoCA, but also through the Executive Office of the Mayor, is in a way where we can really support the needs of each of the different functions. And so perhaps in the future, it might look different. And also, I know we're split up in kind of some weird ways in the ways that we are also doing our oversight. perhaps in the future it'll look different. But it is the focus of the core team to ensure that we are meeting and supporting the administrative needs in order to ensure that the individual offices are able to function and do their work, and then also that our collaborative work together and collaborative administrative needs can be met in order to realize the mayor's goals.
Okay. The most recent Schedule A that we have shows a vacancy for an associate director in your office. Is that position still vacant?
Which office specifically? Because associate director would be within not within MOCA 14, but it would be within one of the 13 offices.
In the MOCA Central office.
To my knowledge, we do not have a vacant role for an associate director. All the roles within the MOCA core team are filled. So perhaps that's within one of the individual offices, but we can take a look at that and get back to you.
Okay, I appreciate it. And do you have any that you're aware of vacancies in your office?
We do not.
Okay. Those are all the questions I have for you, Director. I do want to thank you and your team. You all have been doing a lot during the pandemic and more recently, and as you testified earlier, helping to make sure people are getting vaccinated. So I appreciate the work that you all are doing and very much appreciate you all being with us this evening.
Thank you so much, Council Member, and we also appreciate you. And if you don't mind, one more time, that we would love for people to sign up for the mayor's third day of action. We know that there are so many people here in the District of Columbia that still haven't accessed the vaccine, and we want to make sure as many of our neighbors as possible can support us in getting out and knocking on doors and helping our neighbors make a plan to get vaccinated. So again, if people are interested in signing up for the day of action, which will be on this Saturday, June 19th. So you can do it actually as a Father's Day activity. You know, I'm going to bring my husband out, so why not bring all the dads out and do that? But they can go on to servedc.galaxydigital.com and to sign up for those shifts. And we would love, love, love to have any resident who's interested come out and join us. So thank you, Councilmember.
Thank you very much, Director. Ms. Squire, thank you as well. Well, this concludes all of our witnesses for today's hearing. I do again want to thank our public witnesses and our agency directors and their teams for joining us today. For anyone who wishes to submit additional testimony related to any of these agencies, written testimony is encouraged and will be made part of the official record. Anyone who is interested may submit their testimony by email to the Committee on Government Operations and Facilities at facilities@dccouncil.us. The record for this budget oversight hearing will close at the close of business on Monday, June 21st. The business before this committee is concluded. The time is now 6:01 p.m. and this budget oversight hearing of the committee is adjourned. Have a great evening.